All right. I'm live. I'm going to play something, and I've only seen, this is the second one of this person's sense of humor. I'm going to play it because humor sometimes eases things. Secondly, I want you to see how the rest of the world is seeing the situation. But I also want to make it really clear, to my memory, there's 2 times she says something here that I don't agree with. Once we listen to it, I'll point that out. Like any comic or humorist, they sometimes push it too far. But I'm going to play this while people sign in.
Hello everyone, I'm fleeing from a war zone. I'm Israeli. I need entry right now.
Oh no, I'm so sad about it.
Passport. What brings you to Romania? There are bombs everywhere. Iran hit Tel Aviv. Pray for us. Pray for us.
Of course. Ladies and gentlemen, attention. Let's pray on Israel, for Israel. Dear God, may you bless them all. Bless.
I don't like
English
that.
is not very good actually, but it's okay. Everyone now, kneel before the passport of divine entitlement.
I want to talk with your boss. I want to talk with a higher up right now.
Of course, let me call God. I hear he's the real estate agent who gave you the deed to someone else's house. Hello, God. Is Nadia here? I'm having here one of your chosen tenants. Yeah, it's having a mental breakdown at the immigration. It wants a global do-over, if it's possible.
I'm being persecuted right now.
Persecuted? My dear, you're just standing in line for passport control, not Nuremberg. Welcome to democracy.
I had to leave everything behind.
Except your entitlement. That made it through customs just fine.
We want safety.
So did the children in Gaza, but they did not get the window seat out.
This is absurd.
Well, you bomb so many countries at the same time, and now you need Romania to feel safe. What happened with the God-chosen people? God does not agree with this anymore, or how does it work?
This is a humanitarian crisis.
Wow, you learned a new word. It's funny how you start using it when the bombs came your way. You thought it's only one way? It's not yet. Wow. Okay, so entry granted. Let me put the stamp. And please refrain from turning shared places into eternal homes and hotel lobbies into settlements.
Excuse me?
And if you see any ruins, please do not put a flag and call it Israel 2.0 just because somebody called Abraham passed there 3,000 years ago with no proof. Next, brother, why are so many divine tenants of the earth throwing theological tantrums? We don't like you here. We don't like you anywhere. But democracy.
I don't like that either. I don't like that either. I don't like that she said we don't like you anywhere. I don't. Anyway, the main point, guys and girls, is that's how the rest of the world is seeing this. And we can continue to believe we live in America of Bill Clinton's era and George H.W. Bush's era and George W. Bush's era, but it's not that way. Another whole generation has grown up, and they've grown up with TikTok, Instagram, education, information, and they just see it differently. So let's get right to something I want to address right away. Unfortunately, it's hot here, hotter than a Texas sprout. We got married in a fever, hotter than a Texas sprout. Oh, I'm going down to Jackson. I'm gonna turn some head. You go down to Jackson. See if I care. Well, you go down to Jackson. Go ahead and wreck your health. All right. So we have here a man that is concerned for you. Tony, make sure that you have no money, dinero. Tony put out a post. I don't see the time. I think it's today, 9:45. Oh, 6:17. There it is, 6:17. Let's read it out, Tony. And please, I want you to see this now, because you have time to get out of this trade if you want to, because he's concerned for you. And I think it's obvious now that I know that there's a huge short. Shoot. Okay. It's obvious now, and I'm not thrilled with it, that there is a short position here that they've hired Tony. Make sure you have no dinero to shit all over it. Tony Dinero works for the shorts, in my opinion. You can have your own opinion. Doesn't mean he doesn't make good points sometimes. He makes obvious points, obvious as hell, but he comes to you as if that's genius. This man is no genius, no genius. He's just paid by the shills. All right, so let's read this out. To the surprise of no one actually paying attention to the financial statements. That's a dig at me. Penny stock being promoted by some social media accounts, that's me. Railtown announces a dilutive private placement. It's not dilutive. It's not dilutive. But, you know, this is a snake in the grass. Tony is a snake in the grass. Trust him at your own financial peril. But anyway, it doesn't mean, look, there's risk in the stock. There's risk. Look, if there's 100 stocks that Tony comes out and trashes, 99.5 of them will go down. And he looks like a genius because he's part of the corrupt system. He's part of it. Anyway, and this is a good time to remind you, everything on this channel is my own opinion. It's editorial. It's an attempt to inform. It's an attempt to have a strategy and educate. And everything I say could be wrong. All right. Tucked. You see the dismissive word? Tucked into the very last line of a press release about a different topic, strategic partnership. We'll bring that up. We'll show it to you. Railtown has a going concern warning in their recent quarterly filing, highlighting liquidity issues and the need for cash. This is all his opinion. He hasn't done any work on this. But yeah, all small stocks, when you hire an accountant, when you hire a lawyer, when you hire a banker, they put a bleeding, bloody, going concern clause in there. Otherwise, they couldn't get insurance from the insurance firms that protect them from malpractice suits. It's standard. And they're important to pay attention to, by the way. But he's a DAC. All right, further dilution should be expected in the future as the company has insufficient income to cover expenses. There's a statement. Where does he come up with that? Where does he come up from? He's making a prediction, looking backwards. Well, how the hell does he know? Does he talk to the company? Oh, he talks to the shorts. That's where he's getting his information. Details, because he's a detail man, this Tony. Make sure you have no dinero. Details, Railtown would like to announce a strategic investment via private placement of 1.2 million units at 50 cents, raising $600,000. Each unit shall consist of one common share and one half a common share purchase warrant, exercisable at 0.75 for a period of 18 months from closing. All right. Let me show you the next thing he put up. This man that cares about you. He cares about you a lot. He cares about you a lot. This is just complete fraud here. Using Black-Scholes math. It's not math, it's a model. It's a model. Black-Scholes math and yesterday's closing price of Railtown. Let's break down the unit finance math. A half warrant calculates out to a value of 0.1312. The share's implied value in the unit is 50 cents minus 13.12 or 3688, which matches the market price exactly. So what's his point? This suggests the private placement pricing aligns with the market price. What's his point? With the additional unit price attributed to the warrant's time value. What's his point? What's his point? I should warn you, it's hot here, so if I get worked up, it's because it's hot. Black-Scholes is a model which can say almost anything you want it to say. You put in variables, you put in variability, you put in what's the fluctuation in the stock price, you put in length of time, you put in interest rate, you put in all sorts of variables. It can say anything you want. I don't think the company made any statement that said the stock in their press release that said the stock is worth any more than what it was trading for. And so that's what he showed you. This man, you can listen to him. You can listen to him. But, and hey, you've got time to get out. This man's looking out for you. And then in another post, either he or one of his cohorts points out that I got fooled on some stocks. Look, guys, when you're chasing short squeeze stocks, the system is completely stacked against you. There's only two things that'll make a stock squeeze. One is a complete surprise, whether it's buying out of the blue that confuses the computers, or it's buying out of the blue that doesn't stop, or there's maybe an event, something happens that changes the value overnight. Then, if the price goes up, the criminals are caught short and they're caught with their pants down. And then they can't meet the collateral and there's buy-ins and it feeds on itself. That's the only thing. I would add to it that in these so-called meme stocks, a lot of them, you've got to find longs willing to break the law the way the shorts break the law. And why not? I say bravo to them. The SEC doesn't enforce the securities laws. Why should it only be on one side? But anyway, my point is, if you buy MMAT, MULN, VV Room, the latest biotech, QNTM, any number of stocks, if you buy them, they're going to be shorted to oblivion. And Tony knows this because he's part of the attack. He's a coward. He goes with the winner, who are morally corrupt. But hey, stick by him, please. You have a chance to get out of this trade. If you're listening to Tony, please don't come back here. You can go read his shit. And he certainly called it correctly on COSM. Oh no, you're blaming a dead man. No, COSM, that guy's alive. But the COSM itself was a way of popping a squeeze I think was going on in one or two other stocks at that time. Look, the whole system is against you. Railtown is not a squeeze story until I found out it does have a large short position, which I almost wish it didn't, because I don't want to focus on that. And if Railtown works, I don't ever want to talk about any of these. I don't want to hear the name Tony DeGennaro again. He's just here to make sure that there's some money moving around here, so when his buddies come in, there's something to short, and he wants to look like a genius. These guys play all different roles, and his role is to look like he's on your side. He's not on your side. He's getting paid. He's not here for free, day after day, week after week, month after month. He's not here for free. But you don't ask him, hey, where can we see in the 10K how you're getting paid? You don't ask him. Anyway, let's go back to the news announcement on Railtown. If I bring it up here, I'll lose a lot of the comments. But you can look it up yourself on Yahoo Finance, and I can read it to you. Tucked away, tuck this, pal. I read the complete announcement to you. I told you about the deal, and he's trying to come out like he's on your side, pointing out that it's dilution. Guys, how do you run a company that needs capital without selling shares? This is hardly dilution. 1.2 million shares on 139 million shares outstanding. It's hardly dilution. And then, as I'll show you what it says, there's a concept of allowing players, people who can help you, people who can bring, I don't know, institutions to you, can bring whales to you. You may have been negotiating with them, and they may have said, hey, I want some stock. And you say, no, we're not giving out any compensation. We're not doing it. Well, then I'm not going to show you my I don't know, 1 or 2 dozen investors that can each buy 5% of the company, or whatever his pitch is. Well, what we could do for you, we could allow you to buy some stock, and then that would give you an incentive to go bring those investors in. It happens all the time, and it's not dilution. Tony, make sure you have no money, dinero. He's just pissed off that his buddies didn't convince the company to do a toxic financing. Anyway, let's read it to you. By the way, Railtown is down a penny, 0.2, down 3%. Okay. So let's read the whole thing so that Tony, in his ever vigilance to look out for you, knows that we covered it soup to nuts. On June 17th, 2025, in a surprise to no one, Railtown AI Technology, Inc. announces strategic partnership with Quantum.IQ and private placement. Not tucked away, right in the headline. Not tucked away, right in bold, black, powerful print, right in the headline. It says Railtown AI Technologies, Inc. announces strategic partnership with Quantum.IQ and private placement. Tony is a manipulator. He works for the shorts. He's not honest. He's not honest. It's right there. It's not tucked away. Anyway, this came out June 17th at 8 a.m. Gave you plenty of time to read it before the market. Vancouver, British Columbia, news file, Railtown AI Technologies, Inc., CSE Rail, OTCQB, RailF, or RLAIF, Railtown, or the company, a leading innovator in AI-driven developer solutions, is pleased to that, I guess it should say to announce that, its wholly owned subsidiary, Railtown AI Tool Corporation, has entered into a licensing agreement with Quantum.IQ AI Technologies, Inc., period. This marks the beginning of a strategic partnership aimed at expanding Railtown's application general intelligence trademark platform into the rapidly evolving field of quantum computing infrastructure and development. That sounds like a pump and dump, doesn't it? Tony, you know, Tony's looking out for you. Tony is looking out for you. He didn't point that out, what this company is. The partnership will specifically extend Railtown's Conductor. Remember, Conductor is one of their products. It will extend Railtown's Conductor platform to power a first of its kind hybrid quantum cloud platform designed to assist developers in seamlessly integrating quantum computing into real-world applications. Under the agreement, in a surprise to no one, Quantum IQ will license and extend the Railtown Conductor platform to enable intelligent, that's AI, orchestration between classical and quantum computation resources. The system will help developers identify, transition, and optimize sections of workloads for quantum execution, whilst maintaining critical non-quantum components on all traditional infrastructure, whether local hardware systems, public cloud infrastructure, or on accelerated AI platforms such as CoreWeave. Oh my gosh. In a surprise to no one, this sounds really sketchy, doesn't it? This sounds like something's pulling the wool over your eyes. I hope they haven't tucked a equity raise down below all this wording, this verbiage. Let's call Tony. Make sure you don't have any money dinero. What does Tony think? Tone, hun, what are your thoughts? Well, in a surprise to no one, Quantum IQ's platform will serve as a critical enabler of the emerging, not tired, not mature, emerging quantum-ready software development life cycle, offering developers a comprehensive toolkit to bridge the complexity gap between classical and quantum systems. So this is a tool that helps developers make a quantum leap into quantum computing, even if their skill is basically the standard computing. This AI tool helps you do both. Wow. Yeah, Tony might have a point. That might be something to stay away from, because they've tucked a equity raise in there. Yeah. Well, let's continue. So Quantum IQ's platform will serve as a critical enabler of the emerging quantum-ready software development lifecycle, offering developers a comprehensive toolkit to bridge the complexity gap between classical and quantum systems. The platform will include modules for code analysis, algorithm optimization, runtime observability, and workload decomposition, all powered by Railtown's agentic AI framework. This seems really suspicious. Let's call Tone. Find out from Tone what's going on here. It's a strategic alliance. It looks like a revenue deal to me, but Tone Hun, he probably has the important read here. Particularly, he's the guy that reads the balance sheets of an R&D company that's on the verge of for the first time having revenue. Tone Hun is the guy you got to go get your advice from. What a PRICK. Quote, we built Conductor to enable adaptive AI-driven software systems, unquote, said Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown AI. Quote, Quantum IQ, that's the company that they just did a deal with, is using that foundation to tackle one of the most significant frontiers in computing. Can you check with Tone Hun and find out if, in fact, this is one of the most significant frontiers in computing? What's his experience in AI technology, Tone Hun? And we're thrilled to support them. As quantum moves from theory to practical utility, the tooling for real-world development needs to keep pace. With Railtown's infrastructure, Quantum IQ will build a platform that allows developers to engage with quantum computing meaningfully, not as a separate discipline, but as an extension of existing workflows. Check with Tone. See what Tone's thinking about that. That sounds like BS, doesn't it? That just sounds like a cloud of smoke to hide a dilutive financing. A cornerstone of the Quantum IQ platform will be, quote unquote, quantum observability, providing developers with detailed insight into application performance across both classical and quantum layers. This functionality is expected to unlock new opportunities for hybrid application design in sectors including finance, logistics, climate modeling, and advanced research. You know, the reason companies put out press releases is so you read the whole thing, not so some loser that works for the criminals just takes parts of it and then manipulates the information to get you to sell. But if you want to listen to him, please, I'll put it up again, his advice to you. Quantum IQ plans to integrate the current quantum cloud. Quantum IQ plans to integrate with current quantum cloud providers, such as IBM Quantum, sounds really sketchy, and D-Wave, alongside scalable infrastructure from the largest computer industry hyperscalers and AI native compute platforms, computer platforms, I guess. This sounds like so much baloney and malarkey. It must be just to hide the fact that it's got a going concern issue. That must be it. A developer preview version of Quantum IQ's platform is available to be available later this year. So, there's timing risk, execution risk, all the normal risks in a growing company. Additionally, here it is tucked down below. Railtown would like to announce a strategic investment. As you know, money is fungible. You can borrow money from your Aunt Griselda. You can borrow money from your roommate. You can borrow money from your girlfriend. Once it's in your account, can't tell where it's from. Now, if you borrow money from your girlfriend, there's just going to be, you might get some yum, but otherwise there's going to be hell to pay if that's not paid back. If you borrow money from your Aunt Griselda, it's probably fine. She'll always be there, but she might get annoyed if it takes too long. But if you borrow from your roommate, he's got some plans. He might include you in his next venture. And he's got an opening for a guy just like you to build out his sales team. So it's sometimes money, a strategic financial arrangement is better than just taking the money from anyone. So let's break this down. Additionally, Railtown would like to announce a strategic investment via private placement of 1.2 million units. A unit is you get a share and a partial warrant in this case. So they're pricing the unit at 50 cents. They raised Canadian $600,000. Each unit consists of one common share and one half common purchase price warrant, exercisable at 75 cents for a period of 18 months. So 50 cents and 75 cents. Now, Tone Hun, while he's doing his math, he doesn't even realize this is a Canadian company. So he's using RLAIF's data, which is the over-the-counter trading company, US dollars. This deal was done in Canadian dollars in Canada. So here's what it breaks down to. They raised the money at 50 cents. And the Canadian price, let me find it. Today, I don't know what it was then, but the Canadian price today is 54 cents. So he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He gives you this detailed math and analysis like he's such a genius. The guy has a brain the size of half a hollowed pea, as my grandfather used to say. The guy doesn't know what he's talking about, but he gets paid. He's Tony DeGennaro. So they did it at 50 cents Canadian with a warrant at 75 cents. Not like Finger Motion just did at the same price. Not 1.5 warrants. They did half a warrant. They didn't do it with Roth Capital or Kramer's. They did it as a strategic investor. So it's strategic investor. So the guy buying it, and I have no idea, I assume the 50 cents was the price at that time. He paid the market price per unit. So he got his shares at market price, same price you're paying, but the son of a gun, he gets to get half a warrant. I'd love to get a deal like that, but it wasn't on offer to us. Now, what could a strategic investor bring to Railtown? Don't know. They don't say. We'll find out. But I'll tell you what it could be. If I were sitting in London over the years that I was doing that, and I brought a company in to my team, and I was not always the one whose deals got done, but I bring in a deal. My guys aren't going to look at it unless they're engaged in the upside. Now, the way we did it, which is probably why I'm not married, and we always did it so that the client, and obviously there's always a conflict of interest because you're getting paid by the company, but you're also representing your investors. So there's always that built-in conflict of interest. Guy like Tony, make sure you don't have any money. De Janeiro would point that out as if that is somehow, breaking news, bombshell disclosure. Tony's never raised money. Tony's just a dweeb trying to screw up your financial future. Now, I will admit, later in one of his posts or one of his colleagues pointed out that I've been fooled and I've been, stocks haven't worked out. But I don't totally believe it's the fault of the companies or the fault of the people believing in a story. The system is rigged. So that's from the SEC to the exchanges themselves, Adina Friedman, to the law firms who work both for the criminals and the SEC and the investment bankers, to your brokerage firms, to Congress, to everything, all the way up to BlackRock, to Stevie Cohen, to Citadel. They all work together. That's why Tony, make sure you don't have any money, DiGiorno, is here because he feels privileged to be working with these guys. But he also is smart enough to recognize any stock that goes up, particularly if it's below $5, is coming back down, boys. It's coming down fast, and I want you to make me helter-skelter. All right, so he totally, his, as he calls it, math, it's really arithmetic. It's not any theory. It's not math theory. It's arithmetic. He's just totally wrong. He's telling you information based on the U.S. stock price, when in fact the deal's priced in Canadian dollars. So he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Anyway, so the guy bought the stock at the market price and he got the warrant for free. But he didn't get the warrant. He got the warrant marked up a third. I think it's a great deal for the guy. Awesome deal for the guy. So what could he be bringing? Let me just say, if I brought that deal over to London with my guys and they agreed to it, they might not because they don't want to put up money. They just want to get stock and warrants. They don't want to put their own money up. But let's assume they said, all right, we love it. Let's hear the story. Let's go pitch it. We want expense money, and we'll travel throughout the Middle East and we'll raise money for the company. Well, no. The company doesn't want any investors. The company just wants people to be aware of the stock and maybe buy it in the aftermarket. Oh, all right. Well, so we're just getting this opportunity, so we'd go hobnob and tell the story. That's right. Okay. Well, what we'll do for you, we'll find, 15 family offices in the kingdom and out of the UAE and Kuwait. And we'll set up those meetings. We'll set you in Zoom and we'll see. We believe, we've already talked to several, we believe they'll each want to buy 2 or 3% of the company. Great, then let's do the deal. That's a strategic investor. Now you can say, if you're Tony the Dyke, not the Dyke, the DAC, make sure you don't have any money, dinero. Hey, it's dilutive. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So I think it's a good deal. We don't know who this strategic investor is. It could be I don't know. It could be I'm trying to remember a name of a fund over in the UK that buys stuff. My brain isn't working, but it could be ADIA. It could be the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, and one of the guys who used to work there will make the introduction. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. So I think this is a great deal. I think it's fantastic that he totally doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, which proves to me he works for the shorts. He's just there to screw everything up, get paid. And he wants to come across to you like he's an honest guy. Does he ever make a recommendation? Because I damn well will tell you, if he ever had the balls to make a recommendation, some of them aren't going to work out, particularly in this space of these tiny short squeeze stocks. Railtown is not a short squeeze stock. I'm not getting you to look at it for short squeeze, although it turns out looks like it has a short squeeze. Look at this. $40 million shares short. That's why he's there. All right, now let me just show you a chart on Railtown. Well, let me show you this one first. This is a horizontal line, and it shows 43 cents US dollars. 43 cents is probably the point that it needs to break through, and you can see that we're approaching that. I wouldn't expect it to be straight up. It'll be a little bit of hesitation. But if we can break through 43 cents, I think it'll be enough to propel the stock higher. But you got to be aware, if it breaks through, it can pull back down to test 43. And then let me show you this. This is the same chart. It's got the 43 cent peak there in the horizontal. But you'll notice that the company, the share price, it went to over 60 cents. And then DiGiordano's friends came in and shorted it. And it broke down, and then it tried to recover through 43 cents. It didn't make it. And then it broke down and basically down. Tried again. It didn't quite get to 43 cents, but close enough you might want to count that. Then it sold down, and then it slowly covered and got to 43 cents, broke down, got to 43 cents, broke down, got to 43 cents for sure, and then broke down and went sideways. Well, depending on how many times you want to give it credit, I think it's pretty clear to me anyway that 43 cents is we're in a war. We are in a war. And we're going to lose the House and the Senate. AOC will be our next president. Oh, God. We are in a war. Why did he listen to that lying bastard and listen to our own CIA? Who does it benefit, this war? Who does it benefit? BlackRock. All right. I would count this strictly that it tried to break through 43 cents twice before. But you can, if you use the fat thumb approach, you can argue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now we're on the 7th try, which doesn't have any, there's no ring to the 7th. The 3rd time and the 4th time are usually when things break out. But I would argue now that it's the 7th time, that anybody that wanted to sell at 43 cents is already gone. Already gone. Free as a bird now. So I don't think 43 cents is going to put up much resistance. So then you have this diagonal, and you go from the high through the 43 cents, and I tried to draw it through where the stock broke out and then pulled back to test. And in my estimation, Railtown has clearly broken out to the upside based on that line. And so it broke out, pulled back to test it, and in fact went all the way down to 29 cents. But then it has now rallied, and I think got through the hesitation, and I think is headed through 43 cents. Okay. I may have lost some comments. I just realized that. 1254, maybe not. I'll go through them. I thought of something. Oh, I want to just tell you, the last time this genius, Tony, make sure you have no dinero, spoke ill of me and Railtown, I just want to put it on the record, and then we'll move on from Tony, have no money dinero. I just got to find it. Is that it? Yeah, here it is. So Tony, make sure you have no dinero on, now I can't see the date. I saved it on June 9th, but on the thing, it doesn't have a date. Here's what he said. Latest, somewhat dubious pundit. So am I somewhat dubious? Latest, somewhat dubious pundit quote, or is the quote somewhat dubious, from a YouTube live on Saturday, Railtown, and I quote, somewhat literally, because I care about you. Quote, if this 30-cent stock goes to 3 or 5 or 17, you may not want to sell it. It's that good, unquote. Totally misquoting what I said. But I'll stand by the misquote. But that's not what I was trying to say. But he does that on purpose. What I was trying to say is, if it goes to 3 or 5, or somehow goes much higher, 17, he says I said, it'll depend on why it's there. What's the news? We may not want to sell it. The news, the information may be that good. And that's the odd thing about this stock. It's not a short squeeze stock. It's not one of these stocks that you run up and you got to be panicked. I better get out before they come and crush it. And then he says, P.S. Railtown also has a going concern warning. Well, I think his short friends are about to have a going concern warning. Okay, let's get off of Tony the Loser de Janeiro. And let's quickly see why they bombed Qatar. So Trump wanted to get in, get out, because he believes this liar Netanyahu. He just ruined his presidency, and he's destroyed the future of the United States of America. Unless there's one possibility here. If he bombed Iran, so we can tell AIPAC and Netanyahu, hey, I did it. And I'm back to looking at Make America Great Again. Maybe this is the quid pro quo that he agreed with the Ayatollah. But it's not good. It's not good. So they fired 10 missiles at U.S. air bases. We're in the war. The pussy Netanyahu started a war that he couldn't back up, and now we're in it. And who benefits in this war? Is it the U.S. worker? Is it the U.S. farmer? Is it the U.S. trucker? Who benefits in this war? It's only one name I can think of. Steve Fink, BlackRock. Apparently, Tel Aviv and Israel have already lost $500 billion. $500 billion of destruction. The U.S. write a check for $1 trillion. Who will it go through? It'll go through BlackRock. How does it help the American citizen, the American taxpayer? Well, it assuages our guilt. At least we're not anti-Semitic. How does it help us? Darn it. I was sick all weekend. I really was depressed. Really depressed. It could be quid pro quo. Iran fires missiles on U.S. bases in the Gulf, but admits advance notice was given. So maybe that's the face-saving way out. I hope so. I hope so. All right, let's see if I can change the topic a little bit with what I've got up here. And this is what I was trying to tell you. Iran's oil peaked in... Now, the thing is, our oil peaked when Elvis Presley was fat too. But we changed some of our rules and we started pumping it out more quickly, and we're counting natural gas as oil. And Iraq might be doing all those things too. But I can't find it quickly. I thought I highlighted it. Well, I can't find when, but they may be producing nuclear power so they can sell their remaining oil for a profit. That's my theory. this was something Martin Armstrong put up. The base cost of war. The War of 1812, 32 months, 15,000 deaths back when that was a lot. Mexican-American War, 21 months, 13,000 deaths. American Revolution, 101 months, 4.4 thousand deaths. Spanish-American War, 4 months. That's pretty quick as wars go. Then the Civil War, 48 months, 750,000 people, back when that was a heck of a lot of people. Persian Gulf, that's with George H.W. Bush, 7 months, very few deaths, carefully planned, and a lot of allies. 143 billion. We didn't get any oil. The Saudis paid for a lot of it. World War I and the Kuwaitis. World War I, quite a bit of money, but it seems so small nowadays. 19 months, 116,000 killed. That war was supposed to last until Christmas time. The Korean War went on forever. Vietnam War, 58,000, which was a lot. That's how many people have been killed that we know about in Gaza Strip. $1 trillion. War in Afghanistan, 1.1 trillion. 276 months. We got nothing out of that. And Bombardier Joe just gave it all away, left the dogs behind. Iraq War, George W. This sucker's going down. 1.242 trillion. This is the war that got Donald Trump elected. 89 months, 4,000 killed. World War II, $6 trillion, 45 months, 400,000 killed. Where do you think a war with Iran now is going to come in? I'd go to the very top of that list. Very top of that list. Okay, I'm going to look at your comments, but let me first see how the stocks are trading. Okay, I'm going to go to the top. Hey, Gary. Hey, Narad. Hey, Red Pepper. Hey, Ryan. Hey, Ted. Hey, account settings. Hey, Scott. And Mark. And still waiting for a little discounted price on Railtown. I don't think you're going to get it. But, you know, and it's discounted. It's giving you a discount all day, but I don't think you're going to get it. But you might, you know, but I don't think so. I think every day is a gift to be able to buy it under 40 cents or at 40 cents. One of these days they're going to announce we got the deal done and the stock will be $1.20. And then you can talk about discounts. It is hotter than fish grease and just about as gross, you know. Tony is always on the attack. Well, he's paid to be. He's paid to be. DJT just announced 400 million in buyback shares. That's great news. That's great news. David, I don't have enough of a memory. Did they raise money at higher prices and now they're buying back? I think that's great. If they have revenue and they're buying back, I think that's great. I think it's terrific news. Spicy isn't the word. It's not spice. People are going to lose arms and legs and lives, and they're going to attack here. Let's see how DJT is trading. It comes as no surprise to anyone paying attention to the balance sheet that when DJT announces a share buyback, the stock is flat. I'm Tony DeGennaro, here to help you stay in slavery to the banking system for the rest of your lives. Benzinga, yeah. Hey, Julie Kim. Eddie Rawlings. All right, let's look at the total. Let's see if I have Eddie. Eddie, 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 Eddie. Eddie, Eddie, Eddie. Is Eddie in the total? Eddie, Eddie, Eddie. Eddie's in there, but I don't have the right number. I'm off by 500, so I'll change that. Eddie, 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 Eddie. So Eddie, guess what? We are collectively 3,559,681 shares, plus your 500. So we're actually 3,560,000 shares. So we're 3.5 million shares. It's about 81 people. 8 of you gave me your name, but not your full holdings. So I think we're probably significantly higher. But you know what we are, Eddie? We're 2.5% of the outstanding shares, 2.5%. That makes us collectively, that makes us a big shareholder, big oomph in this stock. And it's almost like we're a family office or a hedge fund all by our own sum. So that's good. That's congratulations to everybody. And I do emphasize that this is not a short squeeze stock, although it turns out it's got a huge naked, failed to deliver, reg show failure position. And I showed you that data. It's 40 million shares. No wonder Tony is out there trying to get you to sell. But you know what? Our shares don't matter. It is a lot of stock as a percentage, but it's not what's moving the stock. It's not what's going to move the stock. It is a significant position, though, and I give you great credit. I hope we can stay together. Maybe we can go a little higher, and that could get us a seat at the table. We'll find out as we go. It's pretty exciting. I should give you my Jennifer disclosure. I have no deal with Railtown AI Technologies or Railtown Technologies AI. I do not have a consulting agreement. I have not received. I own shares that I bought, but I have not received shares or warrants or the right to buy. I haven't received a dinner, a flight, a phone call even. So that's my Jennifer disclosure as far as Railtown is concerned. After being a loyal, I don't, Lewis, you have to do what you want to do. I'll give you my color on what I think is going to happen over let's say by the time the kids go back to school, so 2 months, a little over 2 months. I think Finger Motion is a sideways stock. It may, the chart, I don't know if I have that here. Yeah, here, maybe this is it. Yeah, do you see that? This is Finger. Do you see that yellow? That's a declining wedge, maybe. I mean, that's how I see it. And so if Finger breaks out of that to the upside, conceptually, it could go all the way to 340, 350 a share. That could happen. So you could see 50% to the upside in Finger Motion almost at any time. Will it stay up? I don't know, but that's pretty bullish trading pattern. One, if I'm reading it correctly, and two, if it doesn't break down and get worse. But I'd argue that Finger Motion could give you a sharp snapback at some point. And if I tell you, hey, sell, then next thing you know, it does that. But having said that, I think if Finger does, let's say go to 3 or 340, if 350, I think it'll pull back down. And I think Finger will stay in the 2 to 250 range with the potential, of going up $1 and maybe even 50 cents lower than that range for the next 2 months. I don't think there's anything on the cards that makes Finger outperform. There is the conference, the Roth Capital Conference in London, and depending on the audience, that could have an impact to the positive. Martin does a great job in one-on-one meetings. If he has those lined up, that could do a meaningful, good job with the company. I looked at the company's presentation. Lily's in the presentation, and she looks, if she's there, I don't know if she is, but she looks like she could make good presentations too. Of course, Martin's there. So there are things to look forward to with Finger. But if I had to give an odds-on trend with some volatility, I bet Finger closes the end of the summer. It closes at 2.25, 250. Could I be wrong? Sure. I don't really see Finger collapsing, but it can go down to 150. The criminals, of course, are going to keep pressure on it. And so that's the risk of staying in it. The risk of getting out is what I just showed you, is that you get a, some people might call it a dead cat bounce. I'm not as negative on Finger as that, to call it that. I just would say that it's a reversion to the mean, maybe, but it may or may not last during the summer. That's all I'm saying. Very short term. I'm not making some long-term negativo on it. But what do I see happening in 2 months for Railtown? I think as soon as tomorrow, or the next day, or the next day, or the next day, any day is my point. But it could end up being in July, because now we're in the last week of June, so could be in July. Maybe I didn't make a good prediction on that. But I do think that they're going to get the acquisition finished and announced. And I think that brings in a lot of buying. I think there's going to be 3 sources of buying for Railtown. One is when they make the announcement that the deal is completed, that which was announced February 11th. You and Tony, not so bright Dinero, can go read it, fully disclosed. It gives links to the website for AI partners. Tony Dinero can go do his due diligence. He's very good at that, because as it comes no surprise to anyone, he checks out the balance sheets. So one thing is, when that gets announced, all the big investors behind Railtown Technologies AI, including the insiders, will be released from the quiet period, from the restricted list. They can't buy those securities. They'll be released from that, so they can start buying. And their investors, all their investors. All of the insiders, big investors, and their extended investors in AI partners, 165 companies probably, but the key ones certainly, they'll be able to start buying, unless they're part of some further thing. But theoretically, all of them will be able to buy. And then Canaccord Genuity's clients will be able to start buying, because Canaccord Genuity's sales force can start soliciting orders for it. Now, that's the first time. I don't think the entire universe of buyers will buy then, because the second time frame is the 40-day later shareholder meeting. Some of those buyers, it just depends on their mandate or their articles of organization, may require that the deal go to the final shareholder vote before they buy. And you're going to say, why would they wait? Because they may have to buy the stock at $6 instead of 60 cents. Well, they'd rather do that because it's in their mandate to wait for the vote. And they'd rather own it at $6 and have it go to 20 than at 60 cents and have it go to 20. I'm making the numbers up. Because if something did go wrong and they didn't wait, they get fired. So that's the second point of buying, is once the shareholder vote goes through. Remember, the insiders own 53% of the company. How do you think the shareholder vote's going to go? And then the other source of buying, the other time frames of buying, will be at each of the price points. I don't know up in Canada. I don't know with smaller funds, but $1 could be the trigger point that allows smaller funds to buy stocks. Funds that are specifically set up to invest in low price stocks, the $1 might be a cutoff. $2, that's in the States anyway, and I don't know in Canada, that's the point a lot of companies start to give you margin on your stock position. But $2 could be a point where other big funds come in, like one of the retirement funds in Canada, or one of the partners. And, Tony implied because he wants to look like he knows everything. I think it's almost a certainty that Railtown will raise money if the stock got up to $2 or $3 or $4. But I think it'll be strategic. I don't think they need the money. I think it's much more a case of trying to bring in investor partners as well as business partners. So anyway, as it crosses 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7, these may become new thresholds that buyers are allowed to come in. So I think there will be buying of Railtown over the next 2 months. So I think Finger is point to point going to be essentially sideways, maybe slightly up, 2.25 by the end of the summer, 2.5, 2.25, 2.5. In the meantime, Finger might go above 3. It might go below 2, somewhat in either case. 50 cents in either direction there. So you could maybe see a high of 350 and maybe see a low of 150 over the next 2 months. But in that time frame, and I think it could start tomorrow, could start next week. It could be, July 15th. I'm just telling you, I think every day is a gift. Gives you a chance to buy the stock, because there's going to come a morning when they announce that they closed that deal. I would have expected it already, but what do I know, right? So I think Railtown at 40 cents, I think Railtown, once that deal gets announced, as being completed, subject to shareholder vote, there's, it hasn't yet, so there's always risk of delays and surprises. But I think the stock will go to $4 almost right away. Now, it may be a case where it goes to $1.20, $1.75, pulls back to 150, goes to 2.25, comes back to 2, goes to 250. Maybe the company raises a little money with one of the big investors they want in the deal, because that big investors, let's say it's Omer's is going to bring deal flow in the future. Omer's, where some of the principles of AI partners used to work, Omer's might bring. It's a pool of money that invests in technology companies, AI companies. So maybe it would be a good strategy to let them in on the deal, let them benefit from getting in early. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a financing, but I don't think it'll slow. Not a big one, a strategic one. And I think it would not slow it at all. It'll bring in more buying. So I think Railtown could be $4 in the next 2 to 3 weeks, maybe a lot sooner. My side prediction, I guess, with I'm almost legend is $5 right around. I can't remember if it was. I don't remember exactly, but right around July 5th. If that's not what it was, whatever he says it was is what it was. But I still think it could get to $5 essentially within 2 weeks. And I don't think Finger will go to $5. I think Finger could get to $3, maybe a little higher. But I don't think necessarily it'll stay up there. The only caveat is if Finger has a big announcement that's unexpected. But in the meantime, I think you can 10x your money in Railtown. And if you want, once you've 10x'd, to come back and put money back in Finger, even if you're paying $2.50 or $3 for it, you'll then have a nice position in both. Railtown, let me suggest something to you. Once Railtown starts to move, which I think will be based on making that announcement, I bet Ham starts talking about it at some point because the movement will be so much. He'll notice it, and then maybe that would give you some comfort. I don't know, but right now it's lonely to buy Railtown because everybody's buying QNTN or something, and G-Bucks and Finger, But Lewis, I really think that Railtown has, look, this whole group of stocks is speculative, but in that context, in that relatively, I don't think Railtown has anywhere near the downside risk of many of these stocks. I think Finger probably is close to its downside right now. Anything can happen. They're going to try to get it back to 150 or lower, but I think Finger does have that bullish pattern. So I think a reflexive bounce is coming in Finger, but the question is, can you wait for that before you buy Railtown? I don't think so. I think Railtown could go up tomorrow. But I've been saying that for 3 weeks, haven't I? Doesn't mean I was wrong in my urgency. It just means it didn't happen. But I don't know. I talked for a long time. I don't know. I'm trying to avoid making a clear recommendation because I don't want to be quoted on Twitter. But I think 20,000 shares of Railtown in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, could, I'm not promising it, could be worth $100,000. And I don't see the downside. Let me put it also a different way. Any morning, you're not going to be able to buy Railtown at 40 cents again. Maybe it'll be $1 that you can buy it at. So if you wait, you might only be able to buy 10,000 shares. So I know what I would do. I just don't want to say it out loud. Yep, we are waiting for the acquisition to be confirmed. Let me reread that to you. I'll try not to read every single line. I'm sure in his, I'm sure he was so busy looking at the balance sheet, he probably didn't have time to check the news. Tony, leave you with no De Janeiro. But 4 months ago, the headline, and there's nothing tucked away in the headline, it's just a simple headline. Railtown AI Technologies announces MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, to acquire AI Partnerships Corp. This is February 11th, 2025. Railtown is pleased to announce it's executed the MOU for the acquisition of AI Partnerships Corp, AIP, a Toronto-based company that has an established network of over 160 affiliates, primarily North American. They're all AI companies, SaaS. They provide vertical market solutions and AI development and management tools. The acquisition will create a dynamic organization which drives substantial revenue growth. And I'm sure Tony saw that when he did his due diligence, that the acquisition will create dynamic organization driving substantial revenue growth. I'm sure Tony saw that in his examination of the corporate financial statements. And the organization should scale enterprise AI solutions worldwide. AIP's affiliate network operates in 13 countries and delivers AI-based solutions to a diverse client base across multiple industries: fintech, healthcare, manufacturing, supply chain management, and they also have products that can be used in any industry and in AI development and management anywhere. The combination of Railtown AI and AIP is expected to provide both organizations an opportunity to leverage what? Railtown's AI Conductor product, Conductor, as a platform of choice, for AI application development by AIP's current and future affiliates and their end users. One of the fundamental objectives in the establishment of AIP's affiliated network was to allow AIP to identify and acquire the best affiliates as a part of a broader strategic roll-up strategy. The transaction is expected to provide the combined entity the benefit of a public company structure and access to capital markets as the combined company executes the affiliate acquisition strategy. AIP's established affiliate network provides a significant opportunity to grow recurring revenue streams through affiliate acquisitions, which could be enhanced by deploying Railtown AI's proprietary technologies, plural, across the affiliate network and its customers. Key drivers: affiliate acquisitions, platform integration, expanded partnerships, recurring enterprise revenue. Quote, this acquisition represents a transformative moment for both Railtown AI and AI Partnerships Corp. By combining our conductor platform with AIP's extensive affiliate network and enterprise partnerships, we are creating a powerhouse. I'm sure Tony noticed that quote when he was spending his time on the balance sheet and locating the ubiquitous going concern clause. They must have a handbook. If all else fails, mention the going concern clause. We are creating a powerhouse that will drive significant revenue growth, and deliver innovative AI solutions to businesses worldwide. The opportunities ahead are immense. The opportunities ahead are immense. How does that fit on a balance sheet? Where do you put immense opportunities on a balance sheet? We are poised to expand our reach, to scale enterprise sales, and to accelerate innovation across industries. Together, we'll shape the future of artificial intelligence in ways that unlock long-term value for our shareholders, even if we have to sell some stock along the way. Something happened along the way, said Corey Brandolini. From its inception, quote, AIP set out to assemble the largest network of AI solutions organizations that provide a diverse package of AI solutions that meet the needs of enterprises in industry sectors, that realize significant ROI from the adoption of AI-based application solutions. We found Railtown's conductor had broad deployment, but we forgot to check with Tony. Make sure you don't have any dinero. I'm going to call this guy. Did he, Dr. Tom Core, did he talk with Tone Hun? He better check with Tone Hun before he allows himself to be bought by Railtown. Apparently, Dr. Tom Core and his team found Railtown's conductor had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our network. I wonder if he checked with Tone Hun. Tone the DAC Dinero. Did he check with him? My gosh, Dr. Tom Core. Dr. Tom Core got where he is because he's a thorough, hardworking researcher, and he's got contacts galore, but he didn't check with Tone. I better let Dr. Tom Core know that Tone Hun is pointing out that Railtown has a going concern clause in its latest prospectus and filing. Maybe Dr. Tom Core, CEO of AI Partnerships, shouldn't allow himself to be purchased, because Tony is looking out for everybody. Dr. Tom Core better contact Tony. Make sure you have no money de Janeiro. better get an email out. But we found, Dr. Tom Core says, we found Railtown Conductor's product had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our 160 network affiliates. With the combination of Railtown and AIP, we are excited to actualize our public market vision as we seek to commence with an aggressive, targeted affiliate acquisition mandate upon the conclusion of this exciting transaction. Well, he better check with Tone Hunt. Tone Hunt found a going concern clause. He better make sure. How do you actualize? How do you commence an aggressive targeted affiliate acquisition mandate upon the conclusion of the deal if there's a going concern clause? And the math misapplied to the U.S. price versus the Canadian price, because we know Tone Hunt is talented. That we know. And we know he cares about you. All right, so let's just go here is Dr. Tom Core. There is Dr. Tom Core. I sure hope he checked with Tony DeGennaro. I really do. A guy like this, he needs somebody with Tony's heft and Tony's expertise. I mean, look at, this background, this guy is trying to fool you. He's cruising through life pretending to be somebody that doesn't need Tony DeGennaro's insight. Dr. Tom Core, former president and CEO of Ontario Centers of Excellence for 10 years, previously held the joint positions of president and CEO of the Accelerator Center at the Waterloo Research and Technology Park and Associate Vice President of Commercialization at the University of Waterloo. Man, he better check with Tony before he goes forward with this acquisition. Now, the founder, a guy named Michael Nobrega, the founder of AIP Partner, Artificial Intelligence Partners, AIP Network, the founder, Michael Nobrega, former president and CEO of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, OMERS, one of Canada's largest pension funds with more than $100 billion in assets under management. I wonder if Michael's checked with Tone Hunt. Tone, oh man, Tone, can you let us know? I've got my contacts over at the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, and we are one of Canada's largest pension funds with over $100 billion in assets under management. But Tone, nowhere in my Rolodex or in my many years of experience before I started dyeing my hair brown, have I been able to find someone, Tone, of your expertise. And somebody called to my attention that you found in the most recent filings that Railtown AI Technologies AI Partners has a going concern clause. I got to tell you, as the founder of AI Partners and as the former CEO of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, Tone, I've never known anybody with your courage to stand up against the crowd and point out that a research and development company who is just started commercializing their product and ran into us at a conference, and we've been doing our due diligence for over 6 months, and we liked them so much, we want to combine with them. But I tell you, in all of those negotiations, all of the due diligence, Tony, I never met anyone with your integrity, your courage, and just the sheer intelligence that you display. Tony, I need your advice. As Michael Norbrega, the former president and CEO of OMERS, what does a going concern clause mean? Then they have a guy from IBM, a guy from a private equity firm, John Ruffolo. Let's talk about John Ruffolo. Here he is. John Ruffolo. This guy better check with Tone Hun too. John Ruffolo is the founder and managing partner of Mavericks Private Equity. He was the founder of OMERS Ventures. Remember that? Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System Ventures, an organization that he ran for 8 years. OMERS Ventures is the venture capital arm of the OMERS Pension Fund. He better check with Tone Hun. Tone Hun, can you let us know? I mean, I've had extensive experience in private equity, in acquisitions, in funding early stage companies, but never, Tone, have I ever run into a going concern clause. Could you take the time, Tone, with your integrity, your intelligence, to explain to me, John Ruffalo, what it means, please? And while you're at it, could you misquote the price of the stock and try to do the math on a Black-Scholes math? Not, you didn't say model. I've never heard of that either. Please, Tone Hun, rescue us. During his leadership, OMERS Venture invested over $500 million worth of capital in over 40 disruptive technology companies across North America, including investments in Shopify, Hootsuite, desire to learn Hopper, Wattpad, and League. You bet, John, you better check with Tony. Tony has an alert for you. Tony has an alert for you. He before you consummate this merger with Railtown Technologies AI, you need to know that the company just did a dilutive financing. Well, it wasn't much. I mean, it was less than 1%. But it's dilutive. It's dilutive. There is approximately 1% dilution. Well, you know, John, I mean, you've done a lot of deals. 1% dilution, it can just destroy a company. Yeah, I'm here looking out for investors. I'm self-appointed. No, I don't make any money when no one pays me. I'm just Tony, the avenging angel. And I just thought you should know that Railtown Technologies AI did a strategic alliance with an investor that allowed that investor to put in money to be motivated to bring other investors, probably other alliances, maybe other technology companies. And you should just know that the company has 139 million outstanding, and they issued or gave the right to buy 1.5 million shares. I mean, it's frightening. I mean, when you compare 1.5 million shares against essentially 140 million shares outstanding, I mean, John, that's dilutive. Well, actually, Tony, now that the deal's done, I can tell you that we actually encouraged that investment because we do want to make our combined company grow, and we saw merit in aligning ourselves with this investor. So thank you for that warning, but we were fully on board with the issuance of that stock. And by the way, you mentioned, I understand in your post, that the company doesn't have any money. Well, we just brought in $500,000 US. So, you know, thank you. I mean, man, that you had the courage to stand out against the crowd and point this risk out. Tony, you're going to go right into my Rolodex. So what's the other issue you had? Oh, that's right. The going concern clause. Well, Tony, unlike my co-founder, Dr. Tom Core, I'm completely aware of going concern funds. You'll find, Tony, that they are issued anytime a major accounting firm is giving their opinion on a smaller company in need of financing, because those accounting firms are on the line for their data and their information. And it's their insurance companies that require that clause. And the same applies to the attorneys. Now, it's important to look at that clause. And I can tell, Tony, you're new to this. Are you new to it, Tony? Have you ever done a merger or an acquisition? Because I've done 40. I invested in 40 disruptive technology companies. And every single one of them was a startup at some point. So, Tony, I'm familiar with that clause. And you know, we have to dig a little deeper. We have to do a little more thorough due diligence than just looking at the standard footnotes of a financing. So thank you. I'm glad we had this conversation. I'm truly impressed, Tony, with your courage, your integrity, and man, are you ever smart. They told me you were smart. And I'm just blown away with your intelligence, Tony. So put my name in your Rolodex, John Ruffolo. Let's be in touch. Then they have an advisor from Toyota, an advisor from one of the top-ranked machine learning and AI groups in the world. They have a angel investor, serial entrepreneur. Looks like a wealthy guy. And then they have a guy that worked all over the world, and he's the CEO of a couple things. And then they have a woman who is very successful. And that's it. They have a CTO from China, and they have a CFO who co-founded Moby, and he's a former auditor, Tony, Mark Ellingson. He's a former auditor at Deloitte Private with clients ranging from software to real estate. And so I checked with Mark. Mark knows what a going concern clause is, Tony. So I can put you in touch with him if you want to discuss it further. Okay, so then we'll go. Let me just show you. They have AI companies in cyberspace, finance, robotics, and artificial intelligence with robots. Something about manufacturing defects. I can't read the whole sentence. Let's see if I can find the list of their companies for you. Here it is. Meet the Affiliate Network. AIP Central. I don't want to log in. All right, I showed it to you before. That's a lot of companies. A lot of companies. Let me just show you. Railtown's team, because you gotta give Tone Han the all the credit in the world for pointing out all right, let's go through. Here's Railtown's partners, and you've got to be concerned. I wonder if any of them know what Tony is saying, because these are some pretty big guys. They don't want to be made a fool of. You see AMD, you see Microsoft partners, you see NVIDIA, and others. Then you can go with their products. There's Conductor. They have the Conductor product. They have Langtrax. They have Railtrax. And whatever this is, Shredder. They have multiple client targets and growing global markets. Railtown AI is targeting 2 large and growing global markets. Our platform helps small and medium-sized businesses and enterprise organizations who develop and maintain applications. So one of their markets is the global developer tools market, expected to grow to $17 billion over the next 5 or 6 years. And their other market is the global artificial intelligence as a service market, software as a service, but instead it's AI as a service. And this market is expected to grow to $130 billion by 2030, another 6 years, another 5 years. Those are their two markets that they're targeting. Now they're the first mover with a proprietary client product. And I lost it. Let me just go back to it. So, just to summarize, they have growing global markets. They have $4 billion US dollars, a development tools market growing. They have a $7 billion AI as a service market growing, which I just showed you both. And the total cost of poor software in the United States is $2 trillion alone. $2 trillion. That's the problem they're trying to solve. They have a commercialized intellectual property, high margin platform, 100% owned and developed. They have some patents, and they have first mover advantage. They have proven tech founders, 6 startups to date, 4 merger and acquisition exits. They have capital market experience. All right, here's their 4 founders. I don't think these guys have had the foresight to check with Tony DeNaro. They probably should. Because Tone Hun is, man, he's on your side. And that, with that kind of courage and that kind of leadership, these gentlemen should talk with Tone Hun. One guy is Marwan Haddad. The second is Corey Brandolini. The third is Dr. Elliot Holtham. And the fourth is Kevin O'Neill. Let's go back to the products quickly before I change the page. Conductor. Conductor is the first end-to-end developer productivity engineering platform for the entire team. With the power of Conductor, you can keep your developers all the way to the left 100% of the time in their IDE, whatever that is, happy and productive. The Conductor IDE plugin pushes the root cause analysis right where the developer is working alongside the code within the developer environment, providing details about the lines of code that are causing the error and also showing the steps to address the issue. Conductor will help the rest of your team stay all the way to the right, informed and engaged with automated documentation about the technical debt, progress notes, stand-up notes, developer velocity, best practices, root cause discovery, and reporting. And they've added a new feature. They're going to tap into Tony DeNaro's Twitter database to make sure they make no false steps. The next product is LangTrax. Native LangGraph tools often lead to unnecessary complexity and rigidity. Facing these challenges, we created a new framework, request completion. They call it RC. RC simplifies the creation of dynamic input-driven workflows with a node-based architecture tailored for the flexibility and scalability. In RC, nodes are defined with clear input and output parameters, each capable of invoking others to build modular, interconnected workflows. What sets RC apart is its approach to decision making. Each node determines its subsequent actions internally, eliminating the need for external control flow layers. Beyond its architectural innovation, RC includes robust features to streamline development. It integrates debugging tools. It brings on comprehensive error handling, includes real-time streaming of intermediate outputs, and automatizes parallelization to handle complex workflows efficiently. RC is a direct substitute for LangGraph, designed to natively in-house support dynamic evolving workflows without the friction. Explore its features here. And you should know that we've added a feature to LangTrax to immediately be alerted of any observation that Tony DeNero comes up with, to make sure we look out for our shareholders in the way that only Tony DeNero is capable of. Railtrax, connect external data to large language models, no matter the source. Using Railtown's universal retrieval engine for LLMs. You can access unstructured data from any source. It's like a translator. Build RAG applications on your user data. Railtown's universal retrieval engine has pre-built connectors to ingest unstructured data from any source and to load it into any destination. And you should know we have included as one of our sources Tony DeGennaro from Twitter, and we're taking his data and incorporating it in your critical real-time decision-making process. Railtown ingestion pipeline allows developers to send data by event or in batch format, and allows the team to run multiple cleaning and transformation steps to the data before it is saved in a unified database structure, which will allow the team to interact with each other and with Tony DeNero, importantly, and create RAG application and automation on top of the data. Shredder, S-R-E-D-R. This product disrupts the entire SR and ED claim consulting market. Stop giving away 20 to 40% of your SRED credits to consultants. No need to spend weeks researching and preparing your SR and ED report. SREDR will handle what would normally take weeks to do in just a matter of minutes. Save your time and keep your money with Shredder for SR and ED claims. And we've added an important feature. Because we've reduced this from weeks to minutes, we can add a feature that allows you to be first to know what Tony DeNero is thinking. and you can incorporate his thoughts in your decision-making process. All right, let's go to the team. Railtown is led and advised by experts in founding, building, and exiting tech startups, capital markets, and tech investing. They've never heard, it's funny though, they've never heard of a going concern clause. They also are experts in software development for some of the world's biggest companies. Marwan Haddad, 25 plus years of software development and experience. 10 years leading and building engineering and product development teams. Former CTO and VP engineering for global prop tech platform RLAIF. Launched platforms for Fortune 500s, including Microsoft and Starbucks. Man, can you imagine if he had just listened to Tony all along? Marwan has over 25 years of software development experience, in addition to 10 years of experience leading and building high-performance engineering and product development teams. He was the Chief Technology Officer and Vice President of Engineering for RESAAS, a global award-winning prop tech cloud platform. Wow. Wow. Prior to RESAAS, Marwan was a software consultant and solutions provider with a wide range of local and international companies. He also has experience setting up teams and building applications and platforms on time and on budget. He has led the development efforts teams and launched several platforms for Fortune 500 companies, including Microsoft and Starbucks. He holds a bachelor's in science in electrical engineering, has completed several advanced MIS courses, and is actively involved with the University of British Columbia computer science and engineering mentorship programs. Corey Brandolini. "30 years of experience as a founder and investor in software companies, 20 years of investment banking, including Octagon Capital and Golden Capital." I don't think he's ever really understood in all those years of investment banking what a going concern clause is. So he's very appreciative of the introduction to Tony, not so much De Niro. He's raised money, and he's a partner of Telio Inc., acquired by Microsoft. Oh, so he knows how to sell something to Microsoft. Corey Brandolini has over 30 years of experience as a founder, partner, angel investor, financer, and advisor to disruptive high-growth software companies within the technology industry. The only flaw in his CV is he has yet to meet Tony De Niro. We'll fix that. His wealth of capital markets experience includes helping raise over $150 million. 20 years of experience in investment banking. He was also a partner of Voice over Internet Protocol telephony company Telio, which was acquired by Microsoft. A director of cross-platform cloud storage application Delivio Inc., also acquired, I don't know by whom, and a co-founder of PropTech cloud platform RESAAS Inc., which has over 400,000 subscribing realtors worldwide, and a collaborative supporter of major brands like Remax and Keller Williams. Dr. Elliot Holtham, co-founder and former CEO of Extract AI, which was acquired by Patriot One Technologies. PhD in geophysics from the University of British Columbia, awarded prestigious Vanier Canada graduate scholarship. Dr. Elliot Holtham has a wide range of experience in natural sciences, engineering, and technology. While he has a passion for developing innovative technology, his strong work ethic and competitive drive have enabled him to advise and lead other groups to success. He was a co-founder CEO of Extract AI, a machine learning company that was acquired by Patriot One Technologies. We went through his PhD. He has co-authored over a dozen published scientific articles and has spoken at technical conferences around the world. He holds an MBA from IE Business School in Madrid, where he was Dean's List, and he graduated from UBC's Engineering Physics Department with distinction. The only hole in his CV, oddly, is he too has never met Tony the Tone DeGeneiro. Kevin O'Neill, co-founder, advisory chair. 35 plus years in technology investing, advisory, and leadership. Former investment banker at Merrill Lynch. Former CEO of Extract AI. Kevin O'Neill has over 35 years of experience in technology investing, advisory, and leadership. And it goes on, and I'll just name the rest of the leadership. Andy Moak, track record in IP generation. Matthew Bolton, 20 years developing applications and software. Microsoft, Pfizer, PG&E, Samsung. Jamie Bueza, tech development, 10 years, senior software engineer at a bunch of places. Chris Gerard, senior software engineer, front-end engineer, worked at some of the same places the other people. Rebecca Kurzweil, investor relations, 10 years of experience in capital markets. Paul Woodward, CFO, 30 years of experience in capital markets. He's a former managing director, investment banking for Hayward Securities. Oddly, he's never heard of a going concern clause. In 30 years in the market, he's never heard of it. President and Conation Capital Corp, a venture capital investor in early stage blue sky opportunities. So he has invested in early stage. He's just never run into that going concern clause that Tony, not so smart DeGeneiro, brought up. And then they have advisors and directors. Dr. Eldad Haber co-founded a company, written software packages for 20 years. University of British Columbia. Ali Sanawi, capital markets advisor. He's a professional for 15 years, raised a bunch of money, micro cap and mid cap. Rob Goring, senior serial entrepreneur, seasoned Both sides. He's seasoned on both sides. 25 years of experience. And he's a founder of a CEO of a cybersecurity company, Weezer AI. And then Ana Maria Perante, a director. Was the VP of Human Resources at Sherwick's Global. And that's it. That's Railtown. Now, I showed you the research, so I don't know if I have to show it to you again, but I'll show you this. This is before they purchased AI Partners. This is a year ago. I'm sure Tone Han has had time to read this. But this is research that came out on July 2nd, 2024. Railtown Technologies, Research Capital Corp, initiating coverage, speculative buy, price target $2. And that's US, by the way. That's US. Because the symbol is RLAIF. Railtown Technologies, advanced AI for efficient software development. Railtown is pioneering a powerful tool to transform, enhance software development, efficiency, and quality. We believe the company's first mover advantage and founder's history of success position it well to capture a meaningful share of the market over the long term. What is a meaningful share? We initiate coverage with a speculative buy and target price of US dollars, $2 per share, Canadian $2.70. Railtown AI, poised for growth in the expanding software development market. Railtown AI is developing a robust tool to revolutionize software development by boosting productivity, improving quality, and saving time and money. Acting as an intelligent assistant, it learns client software to automate repetitive tasks, monitor performance, and serve as a built-in quality checker. The platform currently functions as a root cause analyzer, conductor, velocity dashboard, and release notes automator. With future enhancements, including automatic ticket generation, no-code virtual software development, and a constant link to Tony DeNaro's Twitter comments. Railtown's addressable market is projected to exceed $3 billion by 2024. Railtown's addressable market is projected to exceed $3 billion by full year 24. Driven by the expanding global population of software developers. The company's sales strategy targets small and medium-sized businesses and enterprises through direct sales and partnerships with Microsoft partners like Quisitive. These collaborations leverage established networks to accelerate user adoption and scale the platform efficiently. To repeat, we believe the company is positioned to capture a meaningful share of the market over the long term. Meaningful share of a $3 billion market, and this was written a year ago. Value and recommendation. We estimate a target price of US $2 per share for Railtown Technologies using an enterprise value over revenue multiple of 12x on full year 27 estimated revenue, and accounting for a 20% dilution factor for potential equity financings. We did talk to Tony the Hun de Janeiro, and we built in a dilution factor of 20%, which, as you know, every time I give projections, I chop it by 75%, chop it by 50%. I build it in there. So using a multiple of 12x on full year 27, their target is $2 a share. Given Railtown's first mover advantage and the founders' proven track record, we expect significant market share capture over the next 3 years. There's only 2 years left. All right, that's the research. And I'm just going to stop that research there. And one final thing I'm going to do for Tone Hun, just so Tone Hun can criticize it, we'll back test. We shall back test. They have a $2 target. I think they use 170 million shares. And they have a $3 billion market. And they use 12x. These are the facts we know. $2 target, they use this many shares, which accounts for dilution, Tone Hun. And $3 billion target market and 12x. So let's find out what percentage of that target market they are assuming. So we would take $2 times 170 million. That's $340 million market cap. And we would divide it by 12. So they are anticipating $28 million revenue in full year 27. That's all they're projecting for Railtown. That's as of a year ago. So if they used 24 times revenue, their target would be $4. Wow, that's pretty amazing. And their target is near term, by the way. It's not 3 years from now. So that shows how they expect this news to come forward. So if we assume 28 million for Railtown Technologies, which I think is ridiculously low, Well, let's just assume 28 million from a research report a year ago. We'll assume 28 million from Railtown. That's for 5 products and 2 partnerships they've announced. And then we have to figure out what the AI partners can do. Remember, that's a 400 million revenue group. And I'm going to say that they can acquire 80% of that by buying 20% of the companies. So I'm going to say 400 million times 0.8. That's 320 million. And then I don't know how they're going to account for this. I don't know if they're going to do it like Constellation Software did. Constellation Software just has 20 million shares out. So they may acquire this revenue rather than by issuing shares. They may do it by some revenue sharing agreement in return for a linkage or a commitment of capital. So I'm going to divide this by 2. That's 160 million. Is that enough discounting? I think so. I think that's enough. So 160 million. Why do I say that? Because the market's growing. Obviously, those companies have grown. Railtown is growing. So that gives a total of 188 million projected revenue. And instead of using 12x, let's just use the average. Here's key insights from 90 artificial intelligent merger and acquisition deals over the last 5 years, 5 or 6 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, actually 7 years. The highest, the multiple was 54 times revenue. The lowest was 12 times revenue. And the average was 25 times revenue. 91 different deals. So let's use 25 times revenues. That would give a, and then divide it by 170 million shares, which is about 30 million shares than what's currently outstanding, allowing for Tony Hunt's dilution. That gives a target price of $27 a share. $27 a share. I don't know what to tell you. You can either listen to Tone Han or you can believe your own eyes. All right, let's go here. Got a nice round number. All right. I think we're going to start breaking new ground. Did I see the 8K from G-Bucks on 6/18? I think so. But you're obviously trying to call something to my attention. And nothing's coming to my poor brain. Let me just look it up. Yeah, I saw that. So it's a reasonable breakup fee. If it doesn't get done, it's only 100,000 shares, it looks like. I saw it, yeah. Kind of Ben Steinish. Oh, Lordy. Ben Stein. This week, yeah, let me look what the price is doing right now. The only stock up on my screen is DJT. Railtown is 39.85. So the gentleman might have gotten his price. It pulled back a little bit, but not very much. Today's Monday. And then the end of this week, does that start? How close is 4th of July to this weekend? I thought I had a calendar here. I can't find my calendar. Darn it. All right, let me see if I can find the calendar here. Oh, okay. So normally hardworking people will probably work next week because 4th of July is the following Friday. So there is a Canada Day, though, on July 1. I'll say it'll get to 67 cents by the end of this week. And next week, after the Canada holiday, I think it'll go to $1.50. And the following week, I think it'll go to $2 or $2.50. So that's really pushing out my $5 number to mid-July. Maybe the 15th of July. Darn it. You were right. So I guess $5 by July 15th or $4. Money magnet. That's a good number, money magnet. It's a very good number. That kind of money, you'll be a chick magnet soon. If you want them. I was wrong. I was wrong with my predictions. It's a problem with predictions. That's true. Circle is now double or triple the price when we first mentioned this IPO. That's great. I hope you made a lot of money, Pharmacopoeia. Do I ever think about changing to a call-in show? I would need a producer, and I would need a delay because I'm sure I'd come under attack by some people. So I couldn't do it all by myself. But yeah, I could do it. Altoona, do an all-night talk-in show. Maybe I'll do it from my eyrie in the Andes. I see High Point Advisor Group is one of the institutions holding RLAIF. Do you know if they're a bad actor in the deal, or could they be a naked shorter? It's possible. I don't know anything about High Point Advisor. I didn't know that Railtown had such a big short position. It's possible it's these guys. I'm unaware, although I haven't done it. I'll try to go through their Canadian filings. But could they have done a toxic deal with a group like High Point? I don't think so. Now, I don't know. It's a Canadian company, and the over-the-counter symbol is just a parallel listing. So do they short companies in Canada? Yes. Do they destroy companies in Canada? Yes. Could they have done it via a financing? I'm going to say it's unlikely, but I'll try to look it up. I think that Railtown was financed by their own money and whales, so to speak, angel investors. I do not think they ever did a toxic financing, but that is belied by that huge 40 million shares short. A lot of the short could have been created in the United States. Look, every single company that's below $5, the Merrill Lynch rule, there is no natural buying. There's no brokerage firm or broker calling you up suggesting that you buy it. So these guys, these criminals that work with Tony DiDenaro, in my opinion, they cannot fight it. There's no way to fight it. There's no buying. So the short could have occurred without toxic financing. They may have taken over a shell that had it in there. I just don't know. I have to see if I can find out where the 40 million number comes from, and I just don't have the answer. All right, Dirty Red wants you to buy XRP. I really don't want to get lost in that. Ken Griffin, love the pharma and AI stocks. Be careful. Have bags, but yeah. So he's going to say you're going to be a bag holder because AI stocks get promoted. And he does no analysis specifically. He just throws out that blanket statement. I think it is true. The biotech and the pharmacological companies are a huge target of short sellers because here's the thing. You come up with a therapy, you can dream on this huge profit, and so they can get investors in, but then it's going to need money. It's going to have stages. They can interfere with the stages, and it's going to need financing. Hence, just look at what they did to Northwest Bio. It's a perfect killing fields for the criminals. They think AI is the same kind of thing, and it very well may be. Certainly AI 1.0, to use James Altucher's nomenclature, is probably finished. And I think there are a lot of AI imitators. I mean, and I'm not saying these are, but just off the top of my head, Fingers talked about AI, that company wanting to take over GTII, my understanding is that's talked about AI. Nixie's talked about AI. I even think G-Bucks was talking about AI. So there's a lot of, and I'm not saying anything negative. It's just, it's a good point that a lot of companies, it's, in a way, it's a buzz. But where Dirty Red does no homework, he wants you to buy XRP. Go follow him. Try to look up his name. Look, you got to make your own decision. If you think AI is over with and it's just a buzzword and it's going to be, I do think there will be a lot of charlatans and imitators and people that come out with a stock that says AI, they'll promote it, it'll get crushed, and it will be an additional killing fields for Adina Friedman's lackluster leadership and Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell's equally ineffectual and complicit leadership. Absolutely. It'll be another buzzword. If you think Railtown is one of those buzzwords, sell it and go follow Dirty Red. Dirty Red wants you to buy XRP. Try to follow Dirty Red wherever the hell you can find him. Look up his name, see if you can find anything out about him. But he wants you to buy XRP. It was interesting. All of the crypto during this crisis of over the weekend, it was all down. What does that mean? I don't know what it means. But we've never seen how crypto holds up in a financial crisis. If you want to experiment with it, please follow Dirty Red. Please follow him. Can you look up the stats page of RLAIF market cap over the last year and quarter, fluctuates high to low? Now on upscale last reporting. Is their quarterly market caps a concern? Not to me, but if you want to focus, Dirty Red, I don't know what you expect. I don't know. Have you been listening about Railtown, or are you just trying to come in here and try to get people to sell because you're trapped short? All right, Railtown Technologies AI was founded in 2011, according to Google. But it looks like it was another company. Railtown Technologies was founded in 2011, and it was previously known as Railtown Capital Corp. The company was incorporated in 2011 and is headquartered in Burnaby, Canada. It changed its name to Railtown AI Technologies in 2019. That's what I thought. So it was Railtown Capital Corp. That's where they must have gotten their name. Essentially, Railtown AI Technologies, which was formerly known as Railtown Capital, has been operating since 2011. However, the official name change occurred later in August of 2019. Okay. How much, oh gosh, how much capital has Railtown Technologies AI raised? Railtown AI Technologies has secured several funding rounds. 1.47 million announced on July 14th, 2004. Canadian 2.89 million closed March of 24. Canadian 0.6 million received now. 2.1 million from a non-brokered private placement November 2024, which we knew about. 650,000 through a non-brokered private placement June 24. Okay. What's the total? Can you give me a total? Doesn't give a total. So we can add it up. So they did 1.47 last year. They did 2.89 Canadian. They did 0.6 Canadian. Let's just call that 500,000. They did US 0.633. They did US 0.650. And they did 2.1 non-brokered US. Okay. Did they raise any I guess that's it for how much they've raised. Doesn't make sense. I'm going to ask it how much Angel. I'm trying to do this instead of going through all the filings. Seed round. No, that's Angel AI. Okay, so let's just go with what we have. First, we'll find out 2,890,000 Canadian in US. Okay. Oh, so it's 2,100,000, and let's call it 2,100,000. Oh, that's that raising. 2,100,000. Okay. So they haven't raised very much. Looks like they've raised. Okay, they did it twice. So they've raised. Let me add it up. These are approximate numbers, and I don't know if that AI is good. 1.5 plus 2.1 plus 0.5 plus 0.6 plus 0.65 plus 2.1 equals 7.5. All right, so they've raised $7.5 million. All right, so from this time frame, 2019 to 2025, Railtown raised $7.5 million, it looks like. You know, it's subject to your own research. So from August of 2019 through the end of 2024, Railtown raised, and going into 25, $7.5 million. Now, during that time frame, Amanda, you light up my life. You should have made. You should have been a gentleman's wife. Amanda, light of my life. Fate should have made you a gentleman's word. I look in the mirror in total surprise at the hair on my shoulders and the age in my eyes. Amanda, light of my life. You should. So, as Railtown started its R&D, research and development, Dirty Red, so you know what that is, research and development. In 2019, they raised $7.5 million over this time frame. The value of the company stayed essentially flat. Now it goes up and down. It has its moments of excitement and down. They have to raise money. But basically, any money raised goes into research and development. Everything is expensed. Everything is overhead. Everything is product creation. Everything is in the lab, so to speak. Now, at the end of 2024, actually, in the spring of 2024, they started to commercialize. They started to take off the veil, open the curtains, turn on the lights, and show everyone their product. Now, on a valuation curve, they've just slightly gone up this curve. We don't know where they are. We do know the stock, it started trading with that report that came out somewhere in 2024. The stock went to 60 cents and then it pulled back. But all along here, investors came in on various deals at or below the price we're paying, or higher. We don't know. But as essentially in a long horizontal trend, given it all. You can call that market cap if you want. I want to check. I want to check to see if the problem is the normal charting service I use, Railtown. You guys probably did it. Got Railtown to trade at a penny one day. Totally screws up the charts. Let me see if this charting system has a different experience. Let's go 5 years. Yeah, see, they only really have been trading in the stock since 24. So let's go 1 year. Yeah, it's funny. Let me see about in Canada. Same thing. So it must have been a private company until it started trading somewhere around 2022 in Canada. And it was around 55 cents that maybe they did an offering there. And then it went straight down to 23, up into 24, straight down into the middle of 24. And then it had this huge run up to 80 cents Canadian and pulled back. So it's been volatile on the stock exchange. So Dirty Red, are you asking me if the fact that you and your buddies short stocks down once they go up, if I'm concerned about different market caps? No. I hope Railtown is the last I ever see of you guys ever again in my life. But for the time being, overall, for the time they didn't trade, all the way to, it looks like in Canada, about 2022, the stock actually spiked up a bit and then came down. In 24, it was up a little bit, came down. And then in the middle of 24, it went way up and came down. And now we're up kind of here. So all of the movement, Dirty Red, in the market cap, as you call it, trying to cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt, or in the price of the stock, over this entire period, it doesn't matter to me at all. This price does, which is the current Canadian price of 54 cents. They just did an offering at 50 cents. So you, as an investor, I know you want to buy XRP. Please go buy it. Can get in at the same price. The same price or better than several previous market prices, but probably somewhat higher now than earlier rounds. But $7.5 million was raised over these years to do the research and development on conductor, lang tracks, rail tracks, and shredder, and this visual studio extension. So for one, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 years, or it is 6 years, they've developed these products. Now, during that time, Dirty Red, they did go public, they did raise some money, but they had de minimis revenue. So while you're trying to scare people in looking at the volatility during their research and development phase and get them to go over XRP, the key thing to note is in 2024, they started to go commercial. Now, Dirty Red, they were selling those products, going to conferences, and in November of last year, 24, they ran into a company called AIP Partners. In February, they announced the purchase of that company. So the company has started to go commercial, and then it went into a prolonged quiet period as they negotiated the acquisition of a roll-up company
who has as its mission to roll up the cream of the crop of 165 companies. The company's called AIP. They announced that in February of 2024. We're somewhere here on the value creation line. So no, it doesn't bother me at all, the ups and downs over these years in the R&D phase, because ahead of us is the S curve, and it's gigantic. Why is it gigantic? As they go in the commercialization phase, they are going after the market that's addressable. Now, according to the research that I just read, they're going to get a meaningful part of $3 billion. Now, when I did the back calculation, they just called it 28 million annual revenue. Well, there's a $3 billion addressable market. 28 million doesn't sound very meaningful to me. So let's just look at Railtown based on a year-old, it's a year-old research report. A $3 billion addressable market. They've just started marketing 5 products, and they just announced 2 deals, which you can look up, and they're going to get a meaningful part of a $3 billion addressable market. Their products are first movers, self-learning, proprietary, and closed system. Now, they just joined AI Partners, joined it. 165 companies, AI companies, each of whom have a product and have customers. And the founders, Dr. Kaur in particular, said that they believe, he didn't say that, he said they will use Conductor over all of those 165 platforms, Conductor. So if you add that to the terms of meaningful and significant on only a $3 billion addressable market, I showed you that in fact the market is over 100 billion. This is 3 billion. It's over 100 billion by the end of the decade. But let's just go with the 3 billion. When we add meaningful, significant, and we add 165 companies just for Conductor, I think and maybe there are other products too, and you throw in those 2 deals that they made, I think you could assume that they can get 5% of this $3 billion addressable market, according to the third-party research. 5% is 150 million. In revenue. Now, Dirty Red, I know your question is sincere, so I'm taking time to answer it. It's 150 million in revenue. 5% of the addressable market, which I think is very low estimate. Now, using the research analyst number, using the average, using the high, and using current Goldman Sachs and money manager numbers that I've heard, because instead of focusing on XRP, I talk to people in the AI space right now. I'm going to just run those through quickly. I'm not going to make you see it while I do it. And I'm going to use the research analysts dilution of 20%. So I'm going to use 170 million shares. I think that's probably quite conservative to the dilution. So I don't think there's going to be that much dilution. Okay, so using Railtown alone as a commercial, now that it's commercially selling its 5 products, they just announced 2 revenue link ups, and they are going to cross-sell their products across the AIP network using 5% of the research analysts' $3 billion target market, just 5%. Remember, their first mover is proprietary, it's self-learning, and it's closed. The only way you get access to it is to license it or buy it. So it's 150 million at their low number of 12 times revenue divided by 170 million shares. There's currently only 140 million shares outstanding, approximately. It gives you a target of $10.50. At 25 times revenue, the mid-range of 91 company transactions in the AI space over the last 6 years, it gives you a target of $22. Using the high end, it gives you a target of 54. And currently, AI companies are being purchased at 100 to 150 times projected revenues. So we use $88. Now that does not include the 400 million in revenue that AI Partners is already doing as of February. Doesn't include anything from that. So now we take So now we take the value creation curve of AI, and I'm just plugging in those numbers, just based off 150 million in revenue using just AI partners, just the 3 billion target, 5% of that, the 3 billion market. So the low end, I came up with 1050. The sort of in between, I came up with 22 and 44, and the high 88. But this 88 could be 120 if we used 150 times. Now, to answer your question, I'm not troubled by the ups and downs and the variability during the R&D phase, which is essentially flat and a non-consideration for me now. That's all sunk cost. That all happened. That's all yesterday. That's all prelude. What I'm interested in now is, what is the company worth? What kind of revenues can they generate going forward? And see this orange, this is where we are now on the X at 40 cents. That orange dot is where I think we open. I don't know what it is. $2, $4, $5? Is it $10.50? I don't know. We'll find out when the real buyers can come out. So no, I'm not worried at all. I think the upside in Railtown is truly gigantic. Now let me add in. Let me just add in, and I'll just use one multiple. I'll just use 100 times, and then you can discount it. We can discount it. Let me add into that 150 million. Instead of 400 million from AI partners, let's just add in 150 million. So we'll call it 300 million in projected revenues for one of the years. That maybe next year, maybe it is 27. But they'll bring that value forward. So just to be clear, I'm going to use 300 million in projection. AI Partners currently does 400 million in revenues, according to Twitter that I saw. I have a picture of it. I'm not going to post it. If they get 20% of the companies to roll up, representing 80% of 400 million, that's 320 million. And let's say they just do a 50-50 revenue deal and they don't issue any stock. So that gets me to the 150. It's a little more, but let's just call it 150. Then on the Railtown, I'm just taking 5% of the 3 billion targeted market, according to the research report. Not Railtown's 100 billion, just their 3 billion. I get 300. I get 5% is 150 million. So we'll use 300 million. Times the low end of the reported range right now, divided by 170 million shares, allowing for the sheer genius of Tony Soprano. There's only 140 million out right now. And you get a target price of 176 a share. Currently, in AI 2.0, they are paying between 100 and 150 times revenue. 100 and 150 times revenue. 100 and 150 times revenue. So 176 could actually be 264. But if you want to cut that in half, that's 88. If you want to cut that in half, that's 44. If you want to cut that in half, that's 22. I'm telling you, I'm not worried about history of an R&D company. What I'm looking forward to is the commercial revenue from an AI company ready to go into a market that could be as big as 15.7 trillion. AI could contribute up to 15.7 trillion to the global economy 5 years from now. So no, I'm not at all worried looking back assward like you do for the value of an R&D company. If Railtown got 1% of that, just 1% of that market, and they have 170 million shares outstanding, that's a $923 company. No, I'm not worried at all, Dirty Red. I'm not worried at all. I'm not looking back assward to make people nervous. I'm looking forward at what, now that they have commercial products, what are the multiples? What is the multiple of revenue? And we don't have all that data now. As you can tell, it's all back of the envelope. All I can tell you is the numbers are gigantic. And I started with a target out of the gate once they make the announcement of $3.50. I'm up to $4 now. I'm willing to go to $5. Doesn't matter, whatever you want to start with. No, I'm not worried about it at all. And thank you for trying to look clever. I need a vacation and a new dog. You're asking serious question. Take a chill pill. Yeah, okay. Take a chill pill. What the F? I don't short. No. All right. So who does? Who does? Who does? Who do you know that does? All right. I'll add you to the list. Of course I care. Dirty Red. Look, Dirty, you know what you're doing. You can play innocent, but you know what you're doing. And if I'm wrong, I apologize, but it's hard to tell the difference between questions that somebody doesn't understand what they're talking about, trying to be clever, and someone creating fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So sorry if I merged the two. But I did write you down. I'm very glad you own it. The stock closed at 39.6, 177,000 shares. We'll see if my projections scared to get more but got some. You're just here. You are just here to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. What are you scared about? You'd rather own XRP, which went down in a crisis, the crisis that's supposedly going to threaten the dollar. XRP went down, and you feel like that's a better place? You're too scared to make 10x on your money in the next 2 weeks or so? You're too scared? You're here fostering. But anyway, I took you seriously. I tried to be respectful. You think I'm what the effing you? I'm not. You're just. I can't believe someone who's here telling people to get into XRP doesn't understand the difference between a startup, early stage R&D company and a company that's about to kick ass with the best AI products in the world. Maybe. Well, I mean, there's so many of them, but some of the best. And you don't even know you're too scared to invest because you don't even know the multiples that they're giving on revenue in AI. I don't know. I just think you're here to cause FUD, but I hope not. I hope not. Maybe you're just, not that well informed about investing. Hey, journeyman. REI. REI. Why don't I look at it now just to knock it out? I'll look on my charting system. All these things, guys, what I've learned is we can't win. Oh, Ring Energy. I know Ring Energy very well. I know them very well. I tried to do a deal with them. I worked at it for a long time on acquiring some of their properties. I know the principals. I'll be seeing them probably this summer. And the problem is they got screwed by their bankers. And they had to get rid of assets, and that doesn't look good. That chart does not look good. But I like them. I like their assets. But this looks like they did a bad deal or two, if I had to guess. I don't really want to give it too much more time right now because I want to move down the comments. But do you know that Ring Energy and Torchlight, there was some cross-pollination there of properties and personnel. Personnel's for assholes. Anyway, I know Ring Energy very well. I don't want people to sell RAIF. I want a winner. Nothing wrong with a little XRP. Do you know diversity in your portfolio? Look, guys, if these people come in here and they use these irrefutable lines you can't argue with. You cannot argue with the idea of diversity. Particularly in the boardroom or in the cockpit, you need diversity. But in your portfolio, the argument of diversity. But guys, if that's what you want to do is buy the Wall Street crap, that's fine. To me, diversity is for when the world is pretty much okay, there's a big major trend like there has been for 40 years, where you're trying to keep your relative place in the world. But if you're trying to make a step up the rung with your account, and I'm not saying that you should, I can't give financial advice for that reason. If you have a child who's living with their mother, and you have to pay child support, and you have a new wife who has 4 children, and you have a job where you're the only white male, and they have to riff somebody, and you're about to go, well, maybe you shouldn't be in the stock market at all. On the other hand, if you're relatively young and you know that you're going to inherit something and you have some ideas on your side, and you can always go to your mother for a loan, only, you know, maybe you say to yourself, man, if I had 30,000 shares and it went to $5, I'd be able to get my debt down. I'd be able to maybe make a settlement for 10 years of child support over with my first wife, with my current wife. You know, I'll do whatever she wants just so she's happy. I don't know. Only you can look at it. But if you diversify, you are not going to make any money. And XRP is not going to do jack shit in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I mean, it could if oil goes to 150 and Iran attacks the Congress with an overhead bomb, I suppose, but it didn't show that. It didn't show that. It went down. I'm telling you, Dirty Red is here to scare you. I'm too scared to buy more because I don't understand it. Well, ignore Dirty Red. Dirty Red, I appreciate. He bought 1,200 shares, but he's not here. He's not here to make meaningful money. He's here to make you nervous and look like he's smart. Dirty Red has 1,200 shares, and I bet by September 1, that those 1,200 shares could hit $10, and he'll have 12 grand. And man, he's going to feel so good. He can go buy some more XRP, and he's just going to feel great because he's rich already. But if you have 30,000 shares, which right now would cost you 12 grand, last week it would have cost 9 grand. Last time Tony DeGennaro told you that this was a shite investment, it was 25% lower. If you had 30,000 shares and it goes to $10 briefly or for a long time, love you long time, you got 300 grand. Do you want to diversify? Do you know a little diversity in your portfolio? Do you want to diversify? Look, guys, I don't always have stocks like this. I'd say in my lifetime, maybe 3. And I can tell you some that did go up, and then they got screwed by the savings and loan bill by George H.W. Bush. Now that I think of one, it might have gotten screwed by short selling in the oil and gas space, Southern Louisiana, but it also could be that the CEO had to be carried out at the annual analyst meeting. Could be that too. But I didn't know about NVIDIA. I didn't know about it. The great Sada Aman did. I don't know when she bought it, but she did. She made money in that. I knew about Tesla, but I had no clue. Tesla, I was totally wrong. That just went on a run, and my friend's son bought a ton of it. Unfortunately, his grandfather had died, and that's where he put the money. Tesla. He was right, boy. Man, he was right. I knew about Apple. I had clients trading Apple in and out, in and a big client. Persian, by the way, Persian guy. And I think Apple was $35, $34, $37. A long time ago. If he had just hung on to that stock, I'm sure he'd be rich. Facebook, we all knew about. Bitcoin. I studied Bitcoin. I didn't buy it. But Bitcoin, I think that Railtown, I don't know if Railtown's on the same magnitude as Bitcoin now. Bitcoin's now at what, 100,000 a coin? But when I was studying, it was under $1, so that's a huge move. I don't think Railtown's going to 100,000 a share. But could it go hundreds of dollars? Yeah. And Dirty Wed wants to make sure you diversify out of it. It doesn't make any sense to me. This guy, William O'Neill, you see right there underneath his name? He's the founder of Investors Business Daily. He, I believe he's dead now, but I could be wrong. But back when I would study, and they didn't have internet, they didn't have YouTube, they didn't have replays, but you could call in for these conference calls. You had to pay money and training. And I bought tape recorders so I could tape it. But one of the things, and it might have been in his book, I read his book, and I took his newspaper for years. But he said, if you want to make money, ignore, I think I'm correctly quoting him, paraphrasing. He said, ignore diversification. You have to focus on one stock. You have to focus on one idea if you're trying to make a lot of money. Why the hell, let me ask Dirty Red, why the hell would you diversify away from a stock that could give you 10 or 20x in the next 2 months? Why the hell would you diversify away from that? Because you have a better idea? You have a better idea than can give you 20x by September 1. You have a better idea. Diversify away from it. It makes no sense, but you're too nervous to get into it. You don't know the story. What's the risk in Railtown? Let's go to the risk. What's the risk in Railtown? Their R&D could take a lot longer and cost a lot more money, and could be delayed for a long time, and they'll get diluted. Well, you know what? They finished their R&D. That's not a risk. They could do a toxic note with one of Dirty Red's friends. Well, he doesn't short, so, somebody, they do a toxic note with the Kramers or with, but the thing is, they've already raised $7.5 million for the R&D phase, and they are in the commercialization of their products. They're not going to raise the toxic note. An asteroid could hit. Yeah, that's a risk. An asteroid could hit. World War III Yep, that could happen. That could happen. Now, what would happen if an asteroid hit? I don't think it's going to matter anything that you're in. World War III, I wouldn't put it past AI stocks to go up, but it's an unknowable. What else could go wrong? The deal could cancel. It could happen. Doesn't look like it in the stock price. And the delay, to me, if the deal was going to fall through, we'd already have heard about it. I think it's much more likely that the delay in announcing the finalization of the deal is these guys know what they're doing. They're not naive like the CEO and the board of Logic, who made announcements that they were going to bring in 8 companies and make it $1 billion company. And I, just a schlub, called in, wrote emails and texts. Guys, you got to do it all at once. He rolled in 1 company at 100 million and was surprised that that was all she wrote. Incredible piece of negligence. I don't know about negligence, but of lazy. I don't know what to call it. Just stupidity. Just stupidity. I think what's happening with Railtown, of course, Dirty Red is a student of portfolio analysis, revenue, market caps, diversification. I'm sure that Dirty Red has heard of the 80-20 rule, that in general, if you take a company or a sales force or a salesperson, if the points of data are large enough, in general, 80% of revenue, 80% of sales come from 20% of the clients. So if they have 165 companies doing 400 million in revenue, and they're going to roll up, they're going to acquire the best of the best, apparently without issuing shares. They're going to use the model of Constellation Software, Dirty Red, that went from $1 to $5,000, and you're too scared. It's all right. You can be scared. You can be scared. It probably took a decade from the time that they perfected the model to go to $5,000 Canadian. So it's about waiting. And I know the impatience of a young Wall Street guy. So in this case, if the deal involves, let me just do it here. I can't figure it out. 165 times 0.2, 33 companies. 33 companies is 20% of 165 companies. If 33 companies are doing 320 million of the revenue, they're going to focus on those 33 companies. To me, you got to do the deal now with those 33 companies, in my example, all at once, before it trades, before it announced, because if you do it with one first, the whole deal dissipates. It all goes to hell, just like Logic. You got to bring the 33 in with the 320 million, which might just be revenue sharing because maybe they don't issue stock. I don't know how they do it. But that's why I think it's taking so long. They're doing the deals with 33 companies because these guys know what they're doing. This is my 80-20. I'm making these numbers. I'm not making the numbers up, but I'm giving you the basis for my calculation. So that's why I think it's taking so long to get it done, is that they're getting that core group bought. And then they're big, and then they can buy other companies. It's not a big problem. It's in that early stage that the criminals look at MULN, MMAT, companies that had great stories, but they devastated the per share value. Look at Northwest Value. They devastate the per share value. The only way to prevent that is do all of the acquisitions, the bulk of them, at the same time. So they're 20% is 33 companies. I think, to me, it's logical. They're acquiring AIP, which should take 30 days. And in Canada, if it's negative to competition, it takes another 30 days. And if they don't like it, they'll tell you you're finished, no go. Well, those 2 months have already passed by. We're now in the 5th month. Why could it be taking that long? I think it's so that they have the core companies agreed and the number of shares, if that's the way, the management, how's it going to be? And it's just taking time to get that all done. I think it's a good sign. But if the deal gets canceled, dirty red, I already showed you without the deal. Without the deal. At 5% of the addressable market, 150 million. 150 million times 100. Let's use the low end of the currently available multiples, 100 to 150. We'll use the low end. And we'll expand it to 170 million shares. It's $88 a share. That's without the deal. It's $88 a share. So the deal canceling is a risk, but I don't think it has an impact from these prices. World War III, it's a risk. I don't think it has an impact from these prices. Asteroid, yeah, maybe. All right, what can go positive? Well, first, I was trying to get the risk. Recently, on a holiday in Canada, they drove the bid down to 22 cents. Could that happen again? Maybe. I don't think so, but you got to be aware on a spike any day the shorts can play. I don't think it's going back down there. I think if there were a pullback, it might be the mid 30s, but I don't see it in the chart really. I see the chart going to 43, and maybe then it would pull back briefly to 40 or 39. But once it breaks 43, I think the stock's 60 or 70 on its way to $1, $1.25, $1.30. And then you start getting volatility. Then you ask me the question, if I buy it at $1.30, what's the risk? I'd have to give you bigger numbers. But here at 40 cents, I don't see any risk. I don't see any risk. I just don't see any risk. Very little risk. So I don't understand why you're talking about diversity. I think it's bad advice. But you're giving advice, and nobody's giving financial advice, by the way. I just think it's bad recommendation. I think right now, rather than thinking about diversity, I think people should be thinking about, within their own financial decisions, how they can own as much Railtown as possible. And my second thing I'm not ignoring is silver. But the reason I don't talk about silver right now, because it makes my stomach hurt because it's breaking out. But I also want I want everyone to buy Railtown now, if they're so inclined, because there won't be another chance to buy it under 40 cents or 50 cents or 60 cents. I'm surprised it's gone on this long. I have to admit, now that we're in the last week of June, it's probably going to be July, not June, that this announcement's going to come and make it go. But it can be any day. It can be any day. So if you want to diversify, this would be the absolute worst time to listen to that putrid advice. If I could put it in different terms, 1,200 shares of Railtown, which is just, for a guy that comes on giving advice, I know that's just a throwaway investment for you, and you're scared. It's $500. You probably make that much in day trading. But anyway, you've put $500 into the stock. So if it goes to 10, it'll be worth $6,000. And you'll have been diversified. You'll feel good. Well, you'll tell stories. You'll tell stories when you're late at night. I remember that Railtown. Dad, did you ever have a stock that really ran? Well, yeah, I did. I had some shares in Railtown. I was really smart. I was in XRP, and I was checking on the volatility of the market cap over the last quarters, the quarter to quarter volatility in the market cap of an R&D company. And so I just decided I wanted to be diversified. But I did buy 1,200 shares. I spent $500 on a little stock called Railtown AI. And would you know it, over the next 2 years, it went to $100. But I got out at $12. I made $6,000. It was unbelievable. Isn't that a great story? Well, I don't know, Dad. That's kind of boring. I was hoping. Did any of your friends own it? Yeah, I had one friend. Instead of buying 1,200 shares, he bought 12,000 shares, and he didn't sell it. He waited until, let's make it up, Microsoft bought it at $100 a share, totally made up, and he had $1.2 million. And you see that corner house? That's what he bought. That guy was living out of his mother's basement. Now he's got the house on the end of the block. But whoo-wee, I was diversified. That's the good thing. I felt good. I was diversified. He put everything, as far as I know, he put everything in it. He sold his G-Bucks. He sold his finger motion. He sold his, which I'm not saying you should. He sold his GTII. I'm saying you should. He sold his XRP, and just for a little while, he went all in because he believed that story. Now he kept some money at the bank so that he could pay his mortgage and fill his truck up and get to work. I mean, he didn't go crazy, but in terms of his liquid assets, he put it all in. He bought 12,000 shares, and when it went to 10, he didn't listen to people like Dirty Red saying, well, I look back on the market cap of the previous 8 quarters, and there's a lot of quarter-to-quarter fluctuation in the market cap, and I find that concerning. What are your thoughts? he instead of that, he said, well, give me that research. What are you talking about here? They got as their partner NVIDIA. They got as their partner AMD. They got their as a partner Microsoft. They are the first movers in solving software developers' problems as they merge into AI. And we are now in AI 2.0, which according to Jane Altucher and PricewaterhouseCoopers is going to do $15 trillion annually 5 years from now. This isn't a time to be a pussy. This is a time to be a lion. Throw those idiotic words of diversify, put it in, let's first get it in the account, then we'll diversify it. And you know, Merrill Lynch has the best money manager. She now is, for 3 out of the last 4 years, she's been in the top 22%, don't you know? Why don't we put some of our money there? And then there's a lady out there that runs ARC Consulting, Kathy Wood. She is always in the forefront of the newest trends. Her track record is taking some blows, but I remember for a little while there, she was the best of the best. Why don't we give her another chance? And you know, there's this group up out in New York, they own the Mets, SAC. That guy, year in and year out, he's like Bernie Madoff. He never misses. I think he's doing something kind of shady with insider information and maybe backing some of these short sellers. But why don't we just invest with him? We'll get 8 or 9% a year, and who cares what he's making? Maybe by that time he can buy New Zealand. So let's just bring the money in the account. We'll give it to some managers, little bit over there, going to put it there, and a little bit there, little managers, and going to pay a little fee. We'll pay 3% a year, and everything else is free. Well, what do I get for 3%? Well, you get your statements. You can call me, and I'm going to overlook these managers. Okay, sounds like a good deal. Gonna do it. Gonna be diversified. So, Daddy, you chose diversification because Mommy's been right about you all these years? You're a mouse, not a mountain lion? I don't know. You can listen to Dirty Red, but this isn't the time to be diversified. If you like this stock, buy it. Build your position. At some point, when it goes to 1 or 2 or 4 or 5, I'll still like it. But you're not going to hear me every single day and not talk about anything else, because there'll be some volatility. And Lord knows what happens if there is a short squeeze. I'm hoping it's not a short squeeze play. I'm just hoping that never enters into it. But 40 million shares short, did I show you that? $40 million shares short. It's under there. All right, I'm going to move on. Yeah, there it is, 40 million shares short. Can you believe that? I thought there was a little bit of short. Wayland. Long ago and far away, in my common labor shoes, I turn the world all which away just because you asked me to. Like unto no other field, simple love is simple true. And it don't matter what you, it don't matter. No, no, no. I'd turn and walk away from you just because you asked me to. All right, so fingers up, 8 cents at 206. Nix is up 2 cents at 185. G-Bucks had a good day, up 7 cents at 178. DJT in the green at 6 cents. And Railtown is flat. Railtown is flat. Wow. Wow. Trump just said thank you to Iran. Thanks to Iran. He said it's time for peace. I hope he forgives people that got mad at him. See, he might have been in a situation where AIPAC, the Israelis, the Zionists are telling him bomb, 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 Iran. And I wouldn't put it past them to threaten him. Apparently, according to a CIA officer who's retired, Netanyahu asked every single president since Bush, the first one, to bomb Iran. Obama got so sick of Netanyahu, he said, if he flies into town, I don't want to see him. So maybe Trump now can say, hey, I did what you asked me to. I got rid of that. I did it. You make the peace with Iran. That could be. All right, so there's a CIO of One River Asset Management. Let's see. I didn't read this beforehand, but he says a tsunami of global liquidity is seeking a safe haven. In the future, the global monetary system may continue to evolve toward a pattern in which a few sovereign currencies coexist, compete with each other, and check and balance each other. When geopolitical conflicts, this is Pen Gongsheng, China's central bank governor. When geopolitical conflicts, national security interests, or even wars occur, the international dominant currency is easily instrumentalized and weaponized, continued Pan, his nation racing to reduce the monetary consequences of invading Taiwan. Multilateral cooperation is being replaced by zero-sum thinking or bilateral power plays. This isn't it. Then they quote a couple of chicks from Europe. Anyway, it's not a good, it doesn't help us at all. It's just this idea of a tsunami of global liquidity. I want you to remember that, for it has to go somewhere. I just asked a serious question. They weren't serious. You know, they weren't serious. They were, I mean, it's, does it concern you that looking back over the last few quarters of an R&D startup company, that the market fluctuated per quarter and actually during the quarter, such that now it's trading at the high end of its market cap? That's a serious question. Come on. Don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. There's another saying here, Senator. Oh, now it's a red flag for RLAIF? And you're not a shill? It's a red flag. All right. All right. That's like calling you out is a red flag. That kind of thinking, I see how you've gotten through life. Good Lord. Fingers bump at the close. I think two things about Finger. Did I already show you this? See that yellow declining wedge? That's bullish, believe it or not. I know you would say it's not, but that's bullish. And when they break out of it, it's going to go up. So that's one. Secondly, I think it did get down to that $1.92 level, which is the 200-day moving average. So I think that's a bounce back time. It gets overstretched like a rubber band and it steps back. The other thing I'd say about Finger is the Friday options close. This morning, there may have been selling because of exercises, and that's out of the way. So it doesn't surprise me that it would go up by the end of the day. It closed, or it's trading now anyway, at 206. Finally, on Finger, they're in London, and they're meeting with Roth Capital's clients. And there's a lot of interest in London in low price stocks. And there's a lot of managers that direct money there. So yeah, I think Finger can have a bounce. I do. Dirty Red. Dirty Bread, I'm just gonna have to get rid of your comments for the rest of the afternoon. Oh, I guess there are no more comments. I guess I've lost all the comments. All right. So guys, I lost all my comments. I don't know where they went, but they're all gone. Should I refresh? I lost all the comments, guys. So I wanted to see if anybody else had purchased. Oh, here, maybe it's here. All right. William does this every time. He doesn't understand. Yeah, well, that's a good point, ADH. That's a good point. All right, account settings called Railtown. I haven't. And at the investor relations department. And the gentleman told him that the company's doing really well with all the acquisitions. That's about as good as it gets. Thank you, account settings. I did, Ryan, I did. Not permanently, I just did it for the day or for temporarily. Going through the final paperwork and contracts, and we should all, oh, so the guy said they're currently going through the final, wow, account settings. This is really important for Railtown. So account settings spoke to the IR department, and they said they're going through the final paperwork and contracts, and we should hear from the company shortly on the acquisitions. I asked for a time frame, but they didn't give it. Yeah, they probably can't. They're probably not allowed to. The IR guy continually saying everything is going smoothly with the acquisitions. We should hear something shortly. That's great, account settings. That's awesome. That's awesome too, Eddie. Jeff, I think I'm more convinced now. The only reason I kept talking to him is I thought he was real, but he's not real. And so he just wants to cause destruction. Yeah, Finger, I think there might be a trade in Finger. Question is, does it happen quickly enough? Look, ideal world, Finger goes to $2.50 or $3, $3.25. I don't know if you want to sell it. I don't know. But if you were trading and you believed that Railtown could give you 10 or 12x or 20x over the next few weeks, maybe you say to yourself, Finger at 3.75, that feels good. I'll get that. I'll go buy Railtown. Railtown goes up 10x. I'll come back and I'll buy more Finger. If that's your thinking, the ideal would be just that. Finger goes up, Rail stays where it is, sell, boom, pop, and then Rail goes up, you come back and, But I really appreciate account settings calling the company. I think it could be any day, but kind of absorbing what account settings said. Let's go back to what account settings said. I just spoke to the IR department. The gentleman told me the company is doing well with all the acquisitions. Currently going through the final paperwork. That's very encouraging. And contracts, multiple contracts. So that leads me to believe that my analysis of the 80-20 rule and that these guys know what they're doing makes sense. So I appreciate that. And we should all hear from the company shortly. Shortly, yeah. I don't know what shortly means. Tonight? Oh, you mean tonight? But the gentleman repeated, everything is going smoothly with the acquisitions. We should hear something. We should hear something shortly. Okay, I love that. Thank you, account settings. Steve, I'm up to 900. You're the best. Did you hear that guy? Did you hear red card? He said, I sure wouldn't want to own 900. I think he's totally wrong. I think you need to be applauded, sir. And I think you're going to be amazingly, it's going to be an interesting time ahead. So I give you huge kudos, Steve. Bravo. 900 is awesome. I wish I could do it. I really wish I could do it. Account settings is 102, 169, 102, 169. Look, those guys that work with the shorts, they come in all different ways. They come in smart, good cop, bad cop. They come in angry. They come in trying to ridicule. They come in, we're your best friend. Hey, I'm real. Can't believe you said it. But then when he says, I sure wouldn't want to own 900, he wants you to sell, Steve. He wants you to sell. The shorts are in trouble, I think. I got that one since watching your channel, Finger 244. No, I'm not. I hope I'm clear on that. I think there's, with any of these stocks, there's execution risk. But I think Finger has a good story. I'm just talking, I'm trying to make money. I'm trying to make my little account somewhat bigger again, so I have some flexibility. And I don't have the luxury of owning several stocks right now. That's my opinion. So it's Railtown. If Railtown works, will I spread it out? That's the rub. I'm not positive. Not positive. Well, that's actually a good point, Justin. If you were to sell Finger, and I don't know if you have a loss. The short-term loss is much more valuable than a long-term loss, although I'm not an accountant. You offset short-term against short-term gains, which is, well, it depends on your income, I guess, technically. But long-term gains, you offset long-term losses against long-term gains. That's 24%. That's 20% plus the Obamacare. If you offset short-term losses against short-term gains and you're in the 40% tax bracket on the margin, you're offsetting 40% gains, so it's more valuable. So there's a two-way argument on going to 12-month holding periods. You'd be surprised what I think, Justin. But it is a risk and it would be a shame. But I actually think taking losses, if you have losses in a stock like, and I don't want to tell you to sell Finger, but in a stock that you have losses in, buy Railtown. And if you can stay out, you can wait 31 days. I think you can, nothing's guaranteed. But I think you can 10 or 15x your money, maybe more. And then you can peel some off, come back and reestablish the other position. But you established a tax loss. And you're going to need it if you sell Railtown early, which I would only do in a short squeeze. But you'll need those tax losses and they'll be valuable. And that's where once you realize you're trying to make money and it doesn't matter which horse you're on, that can help you. But you're absolutely right. If you did that strategy, made money in Railtown, which would be short term if it squeezes, hopefully Railtown isn't a short squeeze play at all, and it's very orderly, and we just hold it, and then we can hold that for 12 months. But yeah, it's important, though. It's important to think about those tax consequences. Personally, I would own as much at Railtown as you're comfortable holding. I cannot give financial advice, but Money Magnet bought more. Okay. Good job, Justin. Another 100. That's great. So I did want to talk about other things, and I did, and I agree with Jeff Grimm that I got off track with Green Ace, or whatever his name was. I guess I didn't put it here. Yeah. I'm looking for that finger chart. I don't have it here. Yeah, I don't have it. All right, so we'll let that go. I got this message today. My name is Anna. I heard from Amanda that you live in the United States. I have no idea who Amanda is or who Anna is. I do know that Amanda, light of my life. All right, let's see. I'm excited by this news. If it works. Uh-oh. Tehran's saying the retaliation is not over. Oh, Lordy. So I got excited too soon. Somebody told me today you can't do anything about it. Uh-oh. Who is it? Oh, I don't know. Some legend. Muslim. A Muslim is in the lead to become mayor. Zohan Mamdani. I think that's great. I think Bernie Sanders picked him. Of course, my news source hates it, but I think it's great. Is he? Is that his picture? Anyway, let's stay out of local politics. After all, I just stayed out of yours. Iran launches strike on United States at Qatar for show. See, you got to talk to your home base. Iran launched an attack at Doha, and all the missiles were shot down. There was no damage. This was just for show. I hope so. I hope so. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. I don't see any news that's scary. That kind of puts me in a good mood. That kind of puts me in a good mood. There was something else. I'm trying to remember the other thing I was going to talk to you about. Is this it? Oh. I'll save that for another day. I found an article on BlackRock, but I don't feel like doing it today. I'm even with Finger with 15,000 30-day calls. I like that you're selling the calls. I like that. I like that. Ham has a call at 7. That's good. Ham knows that story cold. Look, everybody's got to decide on diversification and all that. Just don't listen to this ace guy. He's just here the green ace. He's just here to make you get scared. If you have the ability in your own judgment to focus on one stock, now's the time to do it. But you don't have to. You got to do what you got to do. What you got to do. And I hope they can get out of this war that easily. I mentioned out of all my shares, 250. Don't worry. It's a good time to talk about that. Somebody brought up the largest shareholder in Railtown was some group. Let me see if I can ask AI. Who are you? Who are the largest shareholders of Railtown Technologies? Yeah, I want AI. AI. Okay. All right, I got a good answer. You know what? If a panther calls, Don't answer. All right. So Marwan Haddad, this is according to AI Overview. That's amazing. Maybe I don't need a wife after all. I've got AI. Marwan Haddad owns 15.32%. Corey Brandolini. I wonder if Corey Brandolini knows that it has a going concern clause. 13.25%. Paul Woodward has 1.513%. And Robert Goring, don't mention the war. I think I got away with it just now. 0.3817%. All right, let's see if they can give me a more of a breakdown. Dive deeper. Dive deep in the gathering doom. Watch lights fade. This guy asked about High Point Advisor Group. They have 20,000 shares. He was here. He was here just to scare you. And it says here, individual insiders hold 28%, while institutional ownership is 0.01. Okay, individual insiders own 28%. Institutional own 0.01%. All right, so what you have to do there, two things. I have to adjust. I've been told that large holders, I was told insiders own 53%. So I think it must mean some of the larger investors beyond just the insiders to get to 53. So I don't know how to look that up. And then the other thing, it says institutional ownership is 0.01%. It's very low. So what I think that means to you and me is that institutions are going to be buying. But what I'd like you to realize is we own 2.5%. So collectively, and I think I already gave my Jennifer disclosure, I'm not making any money from the company. I'm not making any money from this, what we're doing together. And I'm just happy everybody's making money if it works. And I think it will. But we own 2.5%. And, you know, if we get it up higher, that'd be great. But 2.5%, we're a big institution collectively. All of us together, we have power. We have power. We'll send Justin or Steve to the. Well, I didn't write him down. Yeah, I did. We'll send Steve to the annual meeting on all of our behalf. So I can't really find much else to talk about. If there's there was something I was going to talk about, but it slipped my mind totally, so it can wait till tomorrow. And as I check the news, I'm encouraged. On the other hand, if they're going to keep bombing, bomb, 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 bomb,
No, Netanyahu's a big liar. Let's check with Al. You can call me Al. Jazeera. Iran launched 19 missiles at the bases. They were all intercepted. Israel kills at least 43 Palestinians in Gaza, including aid seekers. All right, so it's 5:30. I guess you want to. You're a leader. You're in the lead here. I guess you guys want to get ready for Ham's call at 7 o'clock on Finger, which is great, and G-Bucks, which is great. I'm just trying to think what else to talk about, and I read the research report. I went through the news. I went through the short. I didn't go through the macro AI story, but I'm too tired to look that up. Sam Guest is up to 3,600. That's awesome. Awesome. Look, then none of them are going to be small accounts. My account's small. It's bigger than that, but it's smaller than these things I write down. But it's my IRA, so it's either way. But what I'm hoping for is, there's a friend of mine. When I talk to him, he just says I'd be happy with $1. We'll see. We'll see. I'm very optimistic for how it does. Nominate me. Well, I'll sit out in the car. You can. People aren't able to post and join spaces. Oh, yeah, Spaces is out? Wow. Wow. Maybe that's to limit all the talk about the war. Don't mention the war. You've never heard that one. It doesn't come up. There it is. He's so stupid. He is so stupid.
Are these Germans too?
Oh, yes, but I can.
Right. Here's the plan. I'll stand there and ask them if they want something to drink before the war. Before their lunch. Don't mention the war. Can we help you? You speak English? Of course. Wonderful! Wunderbar! Please allow me to introduce myself. I am the owner of 40 Towers. And may I welcome your war, and hope that your stay will be a happy one. Now, would you like to eat first, or would you like a drink before the war? Meaning that our trespasses will be tied up with piano one. Sorry. Such a shrapnel on the wall. Korean war. Sorry, Korean. Thank you. We will eat now.
Oh, please, do allow me. May I say how pleased we are to have some Europeans here now that we are on the continent?
Can I speak to Dr. Finn, please?
I didn't vote for it myself, quite honestly, but now that we're in, I'm determined to make it work. So I'd like to welcome you all to Britain. The place is grilled, but that doesn't matter. There's life in the old thing. Yes? No, wait a minute. I'm a bit confused there. Oh, yes. The place is grilled. And the whole room's a bit warm, isn't it? I'll open the window. Have a look. And the veal chop is done with rosemary. It's funny. Thought you'd gone to Canada. It's delicious and nutritious. In fact, it's really good. Really good. Real is good. Yes, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Never mind.
May we have 2 eggs mayonnaises?
Certainly. Why not? Why not indeed? We're all friends now, eh?
A prawn cocktail.
All in the markets together. Old differences forgotten, and no need at all to mention the war. Sorry.
Prawn cocktail.
Oh, prawn. That was it. When you said prawn, I thought you said war. Oh, the war. Oh, yes. Completely slipped my mind. Yes, I've forgotten all about it. Hitler and all that. Oh, yes. Completely forgotten it. Just like that. Sorry, what was it again?
A prawn cocktail.
Oh, yes. Fever prawn. Yes. There's anchor. I can't remember at all.
And I pickled herring.
Herman Goring, yes. And Ribbentrop, that was another one.
And 4 cold meat salads, please.
Certainly. Well, I'll just get your hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres, which must be obeyed at all times. Was that the question?
Will you please call your wife immediately?
Zibbo! She's in the hospital, you silly girl!
Yes, call her there.
I can't. I've got too much to do. Listen, don't mention the war. I mentioned it once, but I think I got away with it all right. So, it's all forgotten now, and let's hear no more about it. So that's 2 egg mayonnaise, a prawn marbles, a Herman Goring, and 4 cold salads. Now, wait a minute, I got a bit confused here. Sorry, I got a bit confused because everyone keeps mentioning war. So, what's that?
It's all right.
Is there something wrong?
Will you stop talking about the war?
Me? You started it?
We did not start it.
Yes, you did. You invaded Poland. Listen, General, you'll like this one. There's this woman. She's completely stupid. She'd never remember anything. And her husband's in a bomber over Berlin. I'm sorry. She'll love this. She'll laugh at me.
Leave her alone.
No, this is a street. I mean, I've never seen anyone not laugh at her. Look, she'll love it. She's German.
No, Mr. Butler.
What?
Do Jimmy Cagney instead.
What?
Jimmy Cagney.
Jimmy Cagney?
No, go Johnny
I
Red.
can't do Jimmy Cagney.
Please try. I'm gonna get you.
Shut up! Yeah, what? Who's this thing? Stop you, man! I'm trying to cheer her up, you stupid trout! Funny? It's not funny, you're joking!
It's not funny for us, not for any German people.
You have absolutely no sense of humor, do you? This is not funny! Oh, what the bloody war anyway!
Oh. Anyway, I don't know what else to talk about, so let's see how everything's trading. Rail's actually showing in the green right now, 0.396. I don't know how that happened. I didn't think it traded extra hours. Maybe it does. I guess it does. And then DJT's up 36 cents. G-Bucks is flat. Finger is basically flat. I think it's so minusculely down, it doesn't matter. It's basically flat, which is good at 206. And then Nixie's 185. And there's some other stocks people are following, that Vroom and that there's some biotech one, but I'm forgetting right now. And then anyway, I'm forgetting them all. All right, so I may, it's 5:40. I'll just sit here for 5 minutes if there's a question. Otherwise, I think I'm gonna sign off. I'll get these numbers on. It's really impressive that we own 2.5% amongst all of us. We probably own more. There's 8 of you who have not given your shares, or you've only given me part of your shares. So
But still, 2.5% is pretty awesome. If it works, we really could be on starting something. And then we could, diversify once we have assets that mean something. Yeah, thank you, Steve. Just trying to think where there's any hope of analysis out there. And there really isn't. It's like everybody's on holiday. You holiday? I holiday. Well, let's just see if there's an update on the war. The wall. You all. Oil crashes. Run, Gavin, run. Listen to this. Brent oil, Brent net managed money, 80% of 5-year max. I don't know what that means. All right. They bought the oil rip, managed money, I see, chased the oil spike, and now it's come down. They were caught short going into the oil squeeze play. They bought in a panic. They even managed to going long, and now they're seeing big down convexity. God, that's a hard concept. What's his name wrote about it? A book on it. I read it. We call it short gamma, no theta. I call it gamma theta thigh. Gamma delta thigh? I don't know. Geo hedge crashing. The geopolitical hedge is a huge down day. Hedge funds are now overweight energy stocks relative to the Russell 3000 for the first time in 5 years. The oil market was oversupplied to start with. The VIX is up. The heat is on. The big bull starts in July, usually. This is the Goldman Sachs artificial intelligence leaders versus laggards pair trade. While it may have felt like a one-way freight train, the frequency and the magnitude of the retracement is noteworthy. Also noteworthy is the recent melt-up of AI to fresh highs. The melt-up of AI to fresh highs. Did you hear that? The melt-up of AI to fresh highs? Let's see if AI 2.0 news. AI 2.0. Let's see what this says. Let's see. This is an article by Carl Williams, June 3rd, 2025. AI 2.0. It's in Tech Times. Tech Times. The rise of generative intelligence in enterprise systems. That's what Railtown has created. One of its little things is generative intelligence.
I'm sure a lot of people have it. In the evolving world in which we live in, what a terrible English in that song. Makes me give it a try, live and let die. In the ever-changing world in which we live in. It's just the worst English. In the evolving world of enterprise technology, artificial intelligence has entered a transformative new phase known as AI 2.0. AI 2.0. This advancement introduces generative intelligence, a capability that allows machines not to just automate or predict, but to create, simulate, and solve complex business problems dynamically. Unlike earlier systems designed to follow rules, you know the rules, or detect patterns, generative AI brings the ability to draft content, build solutions, design workflows, and generate synthetic data in real time. This shift is redefining innovation, speeding up decision making, and bringing out the shills, and bringing creative capability into the core of enterprise operations. Today, AI tools are being integrated into every layer of business operations, from generating marketing content and automating customer communications to optimizing logistics and simulating financial scenarios. Enterprises are using AI to innovate faster and at scale. Quote, generative intelligence is not just a technology layer. It is a mindset shift in how businesses approach creativity and decision making, says Sunish Vengathatil, a technology executive, applied AI research, and senior director of software engineering at Clarivate. Clarivate? It's been a long time since I've needed Clarivate. AI now acts as a co-creator that helps shape outcomes in real time. This evolution is unfolding across industries, including healthcare, education, publishing, and finance. The adoption of tools like Microsoft Copilot, Google Do It till you're satisfied, Do It AI, and embedded AI assistants in platforms like Salesforce and SAP has pushed generative intelligence from research labs into everyday business workflows. Oh, very good. There's a picture of Sunish. He looks very good. Applying AI to critical systems, the most impactful applications of generative AI are emerging in high-value domains such as healthcare and research. One of the most promising examples is the use of digital twins. The Olsons? Virtual models that simulate real-world systems. They're using that in healthcare, somebody told me. Soonish is recent publication, Advancing Healthcare. I was just going to say it's healthcare. Advancing Healthcare Systems with Generative AI-Driven Digital Twins. That's just what I heard about. Explores how healthcare institutions are using these AI-enabled simulations to model patient conditions, improve diagnostics, and improve treatments. Wow. The same logic is now being applied in other sectors, from supply chains and manufacturing to educational planning and smart cities. As generative AI becomes more central to business operations, it also raises complex ethical questions.
Enterprises must now grapple with how many white straight men they really need. Must grapple with accuracy, explainability, and accountability of machine-generated content. In his paper, quote, Artificial Intelligence, Myths and Facts, Soonish addresses popular misunderstanding about AI, including overhyped fears and underestimated limitations. He emphasizes that the success of AI adoption depends on leadership's ability to implement governance, ensure data transparency, and define clear usage boundaries. And he explains himself. The growing power of AI systems makes ethical adoption and governance not just a technical issue, but a boardroom priority. One of the most important truths about AI 2.0 is it is not here to replace people, but to work alongside them. Call me skeptical. Generative systems are becoming creative partners, helping designers, analysts, engineers, and researchers. They help everyone think more quickly and execute more effectively. AI is enhancing human thought, not replacing it. The most innovative organizations are those where people and machines and Skynet work together. This view is central to Soonish's work in academic and mentorship. As a strategic advisor for the AI program at Our Lady of the Lake University, he works to prepare the next generation of ethical, impact-driven AI professionals. As AI continues to grow in influence, the workforce behind it must evolve as well. Stay home. In his paper, Future-Proofing AI Talent in the United States, Soonish discusses how universities must redesign their programs to keep pace with real-world demand. He advocates for interdisciplinary programs that combine AI with ethics, policy, and practical business applications. Hands-on experience, partnerships with industry, and continuous curriculum innovation are essential to closing the AI skills gap and supporting inclusive growth. No Commodore machines. Preparing AI talent is not just about writing algorithms, Soonish notes. It's about developing professionals who understand systems, impacts, and responsibilities. The road ahead. AI 2.0 is changing what it means to be a digital enterprise. With generative intelligence, businesses can simulate strategies, test ideas, scale creative network, and respond dynamically to change. This is not a mere upgrade. It is a structural shift in how organizations think, act, and innovate. Generative AI systems are creating adaptive environments that learn and evolve continuously. As they become the standard components of enterprise infrastructure, leaders must approach their implementation with vision, responsibility, and a deep understanding of the human impact. But no concern, no care. According to Soonish, the future belongs to those who treat AI as a strategic partner. When applied responsibly, generative intelligence can transform how many people we need to fire in the workplace. Generative intelligence can transform how we solve problems, explore ideas, and deliver value. AI 2.0 is no longer a trend on the horizon. It is the defining force shaping the next era of intelligence businesses. Did I mention the melt up in AI stocks, according to Goldman Sachs at the end of the day? Oh, did I mention the melt up in the prices of AI? I don't know if I mentioned it. Here's another article. AI 2.0 is here. NVIDIA's blowout earnings reinforce the case for long-term exposure to AI. NVIDIA's latest earnings weren't just a strong quarter, they were a strategic inflection point for the AI trade. Despite a $4.5 billion China-related inventory write-down, NVIDIA reported a 69% year-over-year jump in revenue and delivered a bold vision for the AI economy. More importantly, CEO Jensen Huang laid out the architecture for what he calls the next phase of the AI revolution. AI revolution. You say you want a revolution. Well, you know. For investors, this isn't just about one stock. It's a wake-up call. For investors, it's a wake-up call that AI is entering a deeper, more structural phase, and opportunities are broadening. Like Adina Friedman's skirt. I shouldn't have said that. I should point out Robert Cook's belt. While NVIDIA remains the central force driving AI infrastructure demand, the company's blowout quarter is also lifting an expectation for second-order beneficiaries, firms that supply, support, or scale AI deployment. Does that sound like anyone we know? Huang identified several key drivers that will shape AI demand over the next decade. One, reasoning AI. AI is evolving from generative outputs to executing multi-step logic and decision-making. NVIDIA's Blackwell architecture is designed for this leap with higher memory and faster compute tailored to complex use cases. Agentic AI. Sounds like one of Railtown's products. I think it was the Langtrax. Agentic AI. Huang described this as game-changing. Agentic AI refers to autonomous systems that can plan, act, and iterate on their own, moving beyond assistance into initiative. This represents a significant step up in compute intensity. What if your AI remembers your wife's anniversary and you don't? He said it's game-changing. Enterprise AI. Corporates are integrating AI into core operations, from logistics and finance to healthcare, transforming AI into a long-term capital expenditure cycle. Do you think that would help Railtown? For and I'm sure there's other AI companies, I just don't know about those. Robotics, industrial AI, and factory automation. AI-driven intelligence is now being embedded into manufacturing, from predictive maintenance to robotic workflows, driving demand for edge computing and real-time analytics. 5, sovereign AI buildouts. AI demand is no longer limited to hyperscalers. Governments, telecoms, and regional cloud providers are building sovereign infrastructure, diversifying both demand and deployment. Investment themes and implications beyond NVIDIA. While NVIDIA remains the epicenter, the AI boom is widening, and so is the investment opportunity set. Semiconductors and chip infrastructure. As AI models become more complex and widespread, demand is rising not only for compute power, but also for the surrounding chip ecosystem. Advanced micro devices. Hey, that's a AMD and Broadcom are key alternatives to NVIDIA, providing AI accelerators and networking chips. Maybe that's a place to diversify. Marvel Technology supports the AI data pipeline with high-speed interconnect and custom silicon. TSMC and ASML remain foundational players in the production of next-generation AI chips, powering both NVIDIA and its competitors. At the same time, Chinese giants, Alibaba and Tencent and Baidu, are reportedly testing alternatives to NVIDIA's hardware, which they stole recently, including in-house solutions and AI semiconductors from Huawei Technologies. This underscores a growing trend toward AI self-sufficiency in China, with implications for both global chip demand and geopolitical dynamics. Data center and power infrastructure. AI training and inference require massive energy and hardware infrastructure. This creates tailwinds for companies enabling the physical expansion of data centers. Super micro computers, SMCI, build servers using NVIDIA GPUs. Vertiv Holdings. Okay. Software and enterprise automation. Okay, this is down where Railtown excels. The rise of agentic AI and enterprise AI adoption is fueling demand for software that orchestrates, sounds like ours, Conductor, secures, and manages intelligent workflows. Plantier supports data intelligence and model deployment. Is that big enough to buy Railtown? ServiceNow is expanding its AI footprint through workflow automation for large enterprises. Cybersecurity, CrowdStrike and ZS Caller. Sovereign AI infrastructure, Dell Technologies, Oracle, Cisco. That's a pretty cool article. It's a pretty cool article. All right. I think now that it's 6:05, I'm going to plea that I'm going to end so you can get ready for Ham's call. And I wish everyone well. Peace. It sounds like there was some good news today. Hopefully it continues. Peace for everybody in Israel, for the women and the children. Peace in Iran for everybody, women and children. And prayers for a miracle to all the people starving and living in sewage and without hospitals, without air conditioning, without food, without fresh water in Gaza Strip. And we'll leave it at that. So we'll see you. We'll probably see you tomorrow, later in the day. Good luck. And I know it's tough decisions, but I really emphasize that if you want to own Railtown, these are the prices to own it. And it'll build your courage as the price goes up, if I'm right. and it'll give you resilience for the ultimate volatility if you own it at these low prices. So with that, I'm going to sign off and wish you adieu.